Welcome. I am the H-Town vet, and I would like to welcome you to this live stream, a place where we will discuss a variety of benefits available to veterans, active duty members, and their dependents. Come into the room, family. Come into the room. We're going to have to chop it up tonight. H-Town plans on breaking it down. We want to thank let's see who's the first in the room. Our brother say I'm early. LOL. Raider's the first in the room. That means a lot to us here. You know what I'm saying? He be doing his own business over there on his end. Thank you, brother Raider HQ. After dark. Betty Bob says, H-Town, good evening. Hope you are enjoying yourself. And she speaks to Raider. And she says, HQ Raider, good evening. Enjoy your talk and collab and hour ago. Yes, indeed. He did a great collab over there with our brother Kimball. Yes, indeed. We got, you know what? We can't be divided, family. We gonna have to work together. We can't have differences. We gotta put them aside. Huh? Like I used to tell my boy, listen, these guys over here trying to jump us. So we gonna put our grief aside. Me and you get back to what we fighting about a little later. We got to deal with these dudes over here on this other side of this fence. Coasty say H-Town and family. Come into the room. Haven't H-Town been telling y'all this here? Haven't I been telling you what's going on, fam? We got Coasty says, hi, Raider and Betty. And MG Smith says, H-Town, good evening. Betty, hello, Raider. Salute. Man, we doing this thing. Huh? I'm yelling it because ain't nobody else telling it. Come on now, Coasty saying hi. Everybody's saying hi. Yeah, I'm sorry about the delay. One of my nieces popped up on me and I didn't know, hadn't seen her in a long time. My oldest niece, who I love with all my heart, she come by, and you know how that is with family. I got 3 nieces. The middle one lived with me. This was the oldest one. So hi, H-Town, Betty, Coasty, MG Smith, and you know, family is family. I love my family. Now we have the Green Book. I think Green Book has a channel. We want to thank Green Book for being in here. I remember you. I think you commented before. Everybody show love to the Green Book. Thank you, my brother, for joining us. We're going to get into this information, and we appreciate you. We're going to break it down like only H-Town can. And then Java speaking, everybody speaking to the Green Book. Thank you so much. Now, listen, Betty Bob say hello to everybody. Hope y'all enjoyed your week. And listen to the Green Book. What's going on, Jay Oliver, Coasty? Good meeting, everyone. Yes, indeed. See, we show love over here. You know what I'm saying? H-Town bark every once in a while. But look, I'm top dog, but I've been neutered. I'm all about us getting along. I want to make sure everybody's handling business. But we going to stand on business. You understand? 66 is in the house. We thank 66. Say everything, family. Yes, indeed. And family, this is a channel that is veteran-centered. We all about us. You understand what I'm saying? Coasty says 66. Betty says 66. And the Green Book say, good evening, all. Good to connect with fellow vets. Always, Green Book. Always. Always. I remember you. I think you got a channel. I remember you. That looks familiar. Hopefully I don't owe you any money. You know, I do remember people owe money because I try to avoid them, right? So family, let's get on into it tonight. As I said, I am the H-Town vet, and we would like to welcome you to this live stream. We talk about veteran benefits, issues that affect us. Our main goals is informing you what your benefits are. Informing you how to get your benefits, what your benefits are, and how to protect those benefits. And last but not least, to be a supportive group for other veterans. Look what he said. The Green Book says, don't worry, I'm not here to collect any cash. Yeah, I'm almost about to rhyme on that. You don't want no cash, but I want you to take it out my. No, you know, I don't want to leave with no black eyes. You understand? Man, this is fun here. Now, what's that right there? Okay, that's what I have right there. Okay, family, I'm forgetting what I got. Now, family, thank y'all for being here. We're going to get right into it. We got some things to cover tonight. So, as we say, we have a 5-day wait on the chat. It's because we're interactive and, you know, sometimes we have trolling issues. So we want people to commit to the channel. And if they're trolling, they got to commit. And a lot of trolls don't like committing. That's to keep down the trolling issues, family, because they have become a problem on a lot of channels. We can't stop all trolling, but we want to keep the harmony and everybody being on code as veterans. If we serve together, why can't we work together now? And I want to say a Happy New Year to everybody. You hear what I said? Yes, indeed. Happy New Year 2026. What are your goals for this new year? Let us know. Come on, fam. Now listen, let me make this big. 66 say, we are family, whether not rated or 0 to 100% rated. That's right. We are family here. See, this is what they want to do, is divide us. They want us to talk about, hey, I'm a combat veteran. You ain't a combat veteran. I'm a male veteran. You a female veteran. All this here, all this different stuff. Now, I ain't gonna say I ain't proud to be a black man, but I'm a veteran in here. This is my veteran family. You understand? I ain't got to deny my culture or deny my respect for my fellow veterans. I love all my veteran family. Ain't no criteria here. You don't even have to agree with me all the time. You may not never agree with me, but whatever everybody speaks their opinion. Now, the Green Book say, yes, H-Town, we're connected before. I run veteran and coffee streams and a veteran info channel. Yes, I know you. I've went over to your channel before. Now I know I remember. Yes, indeed. Betty Bob say 10 likes and 10 watching, family. We up in here. We doing this thing. We making it happen. Now the Green Book say goals. Read 1 book a month. Grow mentally, spiritually, physically, within body fat regulations. Yes, indeed. I can take off a few pounds. Now, Jal say, my goal is to help one veteran reach 100% VA disability in 2026. I think you can do it, brother. I think you could. All of y'all gonna touch people. Look how many people came to the channel, and they didn't have to give me credit. They didn't have to give y'all credit. They didn't have to say, but some were already handling their business, but they thanked us for giving them the encouragement. Great statement there, our brother. What you got going for 2026, fam? A couple of people done told us already. Now, if this information is informative, smash that like button if it's informative when we get to it. Thank you. Now we're going to get on topic, family. We're going to go over this information. This is going to be interactive tonight, but because we're going to be doing somewhat a reaction video to Lieutenant Colonel Gade. He back at it again, right? Cloaking himself as a veteran. And everybody's opinion is important. The topic for tonight is, should VA compensation just be for combat veterans only? Fam, let's talk about it. You might have a difference of opinion. Let's talk about it. And the specific question is, should only combat veterans receive VA disability compensation? That's the thing. And we're going to answer that question or give you the information and you can come up with your answer. We're going to talk about it tonight. When we're talking about the benefits that come from a 0 to 100% and also the healthcare benefits and all the other benefits that fall under VA compensation and disability, and that's what's particularly being targeted by individuals and groups. They're putting a spotlight on us. Now, generally, the benefits apply to the 6 branches of the military. Space Force has been added, Navy, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guard, Army, and as I said a few minutes ago, Space Force. But there are also other people that can also get it. We're going to get into that. There's other groups of non-veterans that can receive it. Now, but we're going to deal with this first. H-Town has described them as the what group? Can you hear me now? Let me know if you can hear me. Testing. Let me know, fam. I had 2 things open, so let me know. Put speakers in the chat if you can hear me clearly. All right, we good. I had 2 windows open. You know, sometimes it happens. H-Town ain't the best with technology. So, family, we talked about these individuals, right? We talked about Coach Tubby, which is Senator Tuberfield. We talked about Combat Timmy, right? You know, he won his Purple Heart in Glacier National Park with a self-inflicted wound from his own words. All right, then he lied and said something else. We had about 5 stories. Then we got Dakota roster. Yeah, you know, who talked dirty about what we get. Then he's the Medal of Honor winner. You know, I didn't get in none of these people business until they got in ours. I'm not looking for personal payouts. If H-Town ever turn his back on y'all, y'all drag me. I can't be talking like this and then they bring me a bag and then all of a sudden I say, listen, guys, none of us need VA disability no more. I'm healed. That means I'm a sellout. Somebody that gave me a bag, so I don't need the disability, but I'm gonna still get it behind the scenes. Huh? You gotta watch that Judas goat, the one they sent in first. You hear what I said? When I stop talking right, check me. Now, dealing with these here, we also have Lieutenant Dan, all right? Pastor Dougie. These are the main actors right now. Some do it through perverse incentives. Their crimes, you know, they getting extra money like Dakota and other people. Lieutenant Dan get federal contracts. Let's talk about it. Let me get yours and I'm gonna get to my other brothers. Brother 66 say, no way. In double hockey sticks, service members get hurt in training incidents or regular everyday duties. Yes, indeed. Come on, Ty. How y'all feel about it? Should it just be for combat veterans? Do you know, let me ask you this here. When I was in Desert Storm, I'm gonna tell y'all the truth. Many of the injuries were from friendly fire. Should people get a compensation for friendly fire? Many of the accidents was somebody walked in front of a truck, the truck ran over them. Isn't that negligence? Should that be compensated? It wasn't always from just engaging the enemy. It is extremely dangerous being in any type of military setting. It was dangerous for me back on base, fam. We got our brother Ray HQ in the house. Let me see what he says. He said, I'll finish up 66 say, service members get hurt in just training accidents or regular everyday duties. Now look what we have in here. The green log book. I apologize for not saying it right, brother. I'm gonna get my bifocal straight. The green log book. Now I got you on full screen. Says no, it's not only for combat veterans. Remember, it's for when we sign our contract, it's for things that may happen in combat situations or other hazardous situations. Huh? It's dangerous on a ship. Not according to Lieutenant Dan. Oh, no, not Dan, the other. Oh, you're gonna learn stuff tonight. Your body is utilized and worn down in support of the military mission. Remember, Lieutenant Dan, aka Daniel Gade, said that we're nothing but tools. And our brother the Green Logbook goes on to say, experiences and injuries vary. Body injuries, TBI, PTSD is not only incurred through combat. Now I have to say something. This is gonna sound weird to you, fam. One of the people, it might have been Lieutenant Dan. I didn't know this. He was in tanks like me. And that if you're around a lot of explosions, semi-explosions, that could cause TBI also. I didn't know that. I thought you had to be knocked out. You know what I'm saying? Did not know that. Now everybody show love to the brother Green Book, the Green Logbook, and our brother Raider HQ. I have a lot of respect for individuals that come over here and show love, and go over there and check their channel out, okay? We need to get our brother Raider to 10,000 subscribers. Go over there and show love. H-Town ain't gonna be mad, huh? I ain't gonna be hating behind the scenes. Go over there and show my brother love. You can't get nothing by trying to hold other people back. That's what my grandmother taught me, huh? I've given away more stuff than I kept, and I keep getting blessed. You hear what I said? Did you hear what I just said? I'm speaking in my Southern vernacular. Raider HQ says, if you say Lieutenant Dan name 3 times, I appear. Y'all cut up. I ain't got time for y'all. Oh, it's about to get messy. If you are Navy members, this may not be the place for you. You may hear some things tonight that may trigger you. You understand? And look who walked in. Charleston says, what? Charleston say, and let me pull this up where I can see the full screen. He say, hi family, I'm crying circles by a-holes. People telling me I don't know my profession or knowledge from my Navy service. The nerve of them. I would never say what I know about the Navy because I don't know nothing. I was in a tank. I would never tell infantry just because I went through basic training. Oh, I know what y'all go through carrying that 60-pound rough sack. I think it's 60 pounds. I was on a tank. I can't sit there and try to wag my finger at them. You understand? Now listen, 66 say folks saying we are nothing special. I heard that. I beg to differ. This is what 66 say. Everyone doesn't, can't, or care about signing on the dotted line. In that aspect, I consider the ones who do it very special. I do. But they say it ain't nothing special about us signing on the line. We're no different than the regular civilian. We never said we're better than anybody, but that's a sacrifice. They can walk away from their jobs. We couldn't walk away from the military. Who in here, family? Could you just walk away? Come on now. Now, Coastie say, hi, Charleston. Family, we about to break it down. Now listen what Green Logbook says. Is that Charleston Zimmerman? I'm not gonna snitch. It's about to get live up in here. You know him, don't you? Huh? Y'all was saying hi, Charleston. Then we got Nacho Man, Ranch Salad. Boy, that's a long handle, ain't it? Then Raider Excuse say, hi, all. We glad you here. I don't know how you do it, brother. You just got off a live and a collab with our brother Kimball. Oh man, Dwayne Kimball, and y'all go check him out. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know I speak my mind, but if people putting out that knowledge and we working together, there's no egos. There's no egos. That's what's getting us. We got to be off in our little corner. No, we got to learn how to talk to each other. I'm sensitive. You know I am. I'm a sensitive thug. Oh, I told you that Raider HQ is the reason black men crying the dog. He had me all emotional. He the reason black men crying the dog. That's why the book was wrote. Oh, listen. MG Smith say, Charleston, good evening. Family, we got to lift each other. Nobody else is going to encourage us. See, everybody has their unique gift. Green Book green log book, he has his gift, right? The green log book. Brother Raider has his gifts. We got to pull this together like Voltron, huh? We're going to call it Veteran Voltron. Now, 11 Bravo here. A rucksack can weigh 60 pounds or more. If y'all don't mind, tell us what your MOS was. And we don't cook everybody because it can't eat without cooks. I'm going to put what you don't mind. You can share what yours was because everybody's important here. What was your MOS? Mine was just armed recruitment. 19 kilo. I should have put 19 kilo in there. 19K. 19 kilo. I'm sorry, I didn't put. Yeah, so I was 19 kilo. This the Army, and let us know if it's a different branch. Are the numbers the same for each branch? It don't matter what branch, or is it different for each branch? Let us know. Then Raider says he was 68P, radiology tech. H-Town was 19 kilo armor crewman. Okay, now, let me see. I missed some of y'all things up here. All right, I'm sorry for missing it. Now, just listen what the green logbook says. I'm gonna call you. I'm gonna come out. You know, I got a nickname with the logbook. Green logbook. Let me see what I'm gonna do. Green logbook. That's what I'm gonna call you. Just got done with a podcast interview. Had to show up for this live stream. Wow. I wonder what. Man, y'all can't make. Y'all already got a big head, family. Family already got a big head. You can't blow it up no more. I'm not gonna be able to get out of my French doors, huh? Y'all blowing me up. Now listen, Charleston say everything Betty Bob Shipmate could. We talk. Could we walk on water? Though the Marines could do that. Could the Marines do that? Okay, Nacho Man say, where are all the civilians when 9/11 happened? Ooh. Green Book, Raider HQ, we're going to have to connect. Yes, fam, we got to do this. Let's see. Now listen, Betty Bob say, Charleston Z, Navy know how to function and make a sub in secret in the water. Oh, family, y'all coming through. Family, y'all coming in here. I got to acknowledge y'all, and we're going to get on to the information. Then we got Raider said each branch is different. Well, tonight is interactive. So, you know, we going in, we going to be doing this the whole time. MG Smith say Air Force Special Code 472 times B1, 11 B1. I don't know what fueling maintenance. Okay. I didn't know if it was top secret. Then Anthony Claytor says 63 Bravo. I forgot what 63 Bravo was. Nacho Man say Air Force AFSC 1N4. Don't know what that is. Now listen. The Green Book says, the Green Log Book says, USMC 4430 legal officer. We always need that. Yeah, sounds. Listen what Raider HQ say. Yeah, sounds good. The Green Log Book. Let me tell you why I got respect for y'all. Both of y'all. I'm sure from what I remember, even the Green Book, y'all got larger channels than mine. But the respect y'all show, because my whole thing is not, I don't want to be misunderstood. So I speak my mind because this is the way I am, but I don't have no problem with nobody. I'm here to help everybody. Huh? You know, I'm a fuss man, but that's what it cryptology technician administration with a TS. Navy EM-0000 and B and A school. How you get to do that in that short of time using the Navy? I always wanted that. You got some so let's get to it, family. Now, here we go. And brothers, our fellow what you call them, if y'all want to come up tonight, y'all are welcome to come up. Y'all can come up at the same time. You know what I'm gonna do? Just to be safe, I'm gonna go ahead and send you the thing just in case you want to come up, because I already got your email. If not, if you don't have my email, I'll put it on the screen for you, Logbook, if you like to come up also, because we can chat as we go through some of this information. Or if y'all want to wait and sit back for a while, it's up to y'all. Now let's see. Y'all know I'm doing more than one thing at a time, so be patient. Yeah, but it's HTownVet Northside@gmail.com. Thank you for that information that you sent us here. I see it in the email already, Sister Betty Bobs. She keeps us, and I'm gonna have to catch up on stuff. So much has been going on. So I'm gonna just send it to you just in case you'll be free. And we got to set it up where you can always just come in. You know, when y'all, you know, those, I just sent you the link. Now, family, because this is going to be an interactive live stream tonight. Now let's see. Now listen to what they saying here. Okay, the family is saying that thanks for what you're doing, H-Town, helping make fellow veterans 1% better every day. That's what I'm trying to do, and y'all doing it too, and I thank y'all. And so, okay, Charleston broke it down. Electricity and electronics. Okay, school. Oh, I didn't know you went to both of them. Now, Green Book said, LOL, is that Teresa? Yes. So, family, yes, we're going to go over this here. And family, we're going to break it down. You understand? We're going to break this thing down. And I got a couple of things I kind of have to go over. So and I'm going to have to switch back to another video in a little while, because I want to take y'all back. Because H-Town, you know, I have what the Bible calls a word of knowledge. I ain't no prophet, but I can see things. I don't know how they're going to turn out or when they're going to turn out, but I can feel when the truth comes to me, I tell y'all. Haven't I been giving y'all slides that this stuff was coming? Yes, yes, indeed. And I believe she's an officer, right? The Green Book, the Green Logbook. Isn't she an officer? Raider already up in here. Let me turn this music off. And let me know if Green Book, if you send the link, because I'm about to pull him up in here. Give me a second. Let me turn this music off. I got to be up on my job. Fam, everybody show love to Raider HQ is in the room.
Hold on.
How you doing, my brother?
I'm doing pretty good. I got to plug in my headphones though, so give me just a second.
Take your time. I need. Oh yeah, we at this, family, huh?
Oof.
One thing that makes them nervous is our unity. They can pick us off one by one. Say, I think former Navy SEAL. Okay, Navy officer. I mean, I think a former Navy officer. Yeah, she said she was a 03 to 05. I remember her saying that. Now, hey, HQ from 66.
How's it going?
Where's 66? The link? Okay, so let me pull that up. Take your time, brother, because we making this thing happen. Give me a second, because I know how to make this thing work. I'm about to. Oh, did you email me? Let me know if you email me, Green Book, and I got the. Let me send you. Let me send. Let me get you. Let me pull the email up so you'll be able to see it. I know how to do it. I got a banner for it. Now this is what you have to email me to, Green Book. Let me see where I'm at. Looking for my email address. Y'all know how it is. So much going down. There you go, right there. So email me to that, Green Book, and we're gonna Raider HQ say, thank you, Betty Bops. And we getting this stuff done. Family, as my grandmother would say, my grandmother was a very wise woman. So was my great-grandmother and grandfather and my great-grandfather. Man, my grandmother used to say, she say, you know, ain't nobody trying to outdo each other. I mean, ain't nobody trying to outshine each other. Ain't we all here trying to support each other? Say, thank you, Betty Bops. Yes, indeed. Send me an email to that right there. Go ahead, brother.
I mean, obviously not all of us, because Lieutenant Dan, I mean, the blue condor does soar high in the sky. Okay.
What triggered you today? So let me ask you this here. What did he do that, because he talks in such a monotone voice, brother, he could put you to sleep. What did he do that you had such a visceral reaction to? Let us know.
It honestly has to do with the fact that he's using like tweaker level of persistence to square peg round hole his position on this topic. He hasn't learned anything from getting schooled by numerous people. You know, anytime somebody brings criticism towards him, he doubles down on it. He doesn't show any kind of actual factual information to be taken as a credible. He's not an expert in anything. He's not. He just has a feeling and belief about something. Like, I believe a lot of things, right? Like, I believe that Luna is the best dog in the world, but it doesn't make it true, right? Like, that's the difference between feelings, beliefs, and reality. And having a belief, you know, like let's say you're a tweaker and you believe something because you're in a drug-induced type thing. You know, you can have a belief that's doesn't match reality. The problem that I have with Lieutenant Gate is he can have that. He can believe that as much as he wants. Anybody that comments, like in my channels, they can have their belief system. It's when they start to project it out as should be reality. All veterans should have, unless you were a combat veteran or you were worse off than me, you know, that's where I start drawing the line, because that's he says, I care about my brothers and sisters. No, you don't. Evidenced by the fact that you want to take stuff from people. You look down on others. And that's just, it triggers me a little bit, because when I sit down at my dinner table, and I think about, and these are dinner table type problems, like, how many times do you wish that you could just trade in? Like, yeah, take the money, but take my disability from me. I'm one of the people that would give up the money in a heartbeat for my life back. All the opportunities stolen, all the opportunities missed because of my disabilities.
Are you telling me that he doesn't focus on work limitations? I thought work limitations and how much that your disability affects your ability to make gainful work employment. Why doesn't he ever talk about that, bro?
Because that would require some research. He doesn't.
But he's a PhD
in nothing that matters. I would speak to a drunk veterinarian over him. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to be salty or a little saucy on your.
Shout out to the Salty Marine and the old Salty Marine. Shout out to both of y'all. Go ahead.
I mean, I'd listen to a drunk veterinarian over his opinion. I mean that 100%, because at least somebody has medical background. Like, I have legitimately treated veterans in a clinical setting. Yes, I have more expertise than Daniel Gade on any subject that has to do with disability. I have worked in disability claims processing. I have more understanding than him on this topic. He does not wish to learn. He just has a belief and he wants to push it.
Okay, and that's what's so concerned about it. He has the ear of several members of Congress.
Yeah, and all the gobbledygook that comes out of his mouth, they're just eating it up because they can say, okay, we've got to save money somewhere. Where can we cut something? Hey, let's cut those pesky VA benefits because we hate welfare.
And that's another, you know what that's another symbol for? That's another symbol for poor people. And of course,
Yep.
it's another symbol for Black people. It's another symbol for women because they used to use the
Yep.
term welfare queens. And this guy went on, and I told you I thought I was playing when he said that we are plows. I said, this guy is making slavery references. And what did he do? He said, yes. He brought up slavery. He said something about you're not a slave and nobody made you join the military. You're not a slave or indentured servant. That's disrespecting my people and the Irish people that were indentured servants. Where did this guy come from? Whose dude is this?
Look, I don't know. Like, I see, and this was something that just tore up on my channel as it starts getting political, and we can't let it get there. We can't say, because that's when it starts to divide us, is when we start talking about your side versus my side versus whatever side. It doesn't matter who his person is. His person is wrong. Okay. His person is wrong on a legal stance because we are all eligible for disability legally, right? We're not stealing anything. We're not stealing nothing. We're not doing anything like that. But like the main problem that I have with all of this stuff is just that when he opens his mouth, some people believe him. That we shouldn't be given these opportunities, which weirds me out because he thinks that, hey, look, it's immoral if, even though you can legally apply for those benefits, it's immoral if you do it. Not me. Not me. It's not immoral for me to do it, but it's immoral for you to do it.
You say it's immoral. Green Book, I just sent the link to you, Green Book. Just send it to you. Go ahead. You say, so
those are his words.
For me, but not for thee. I'm listening.
Yeah. But those are his words that it's immoral. Now, I'm fine with somebody that wants to go out into public and say, hey, look, I don't understand what this word is, and I'm going to use it in the wrong context. He doesn't know what immorality is. Murder, child labor is immoral. Murder is immoral. Utilizing a benefits program that you qualify for is not an immoral act. And he needs to stop using the word immoral when he talks about it. Like, I have never met somebody, and I've never met him, but I mean, I have never seen a person who has been so, I don't even know how to, without saying bad things, like, I've never met somebody with what I can only assume is untreated TBI that literally is so concrete in his thinking that you cannot change his mind on it. And this is one of the things that I said in my live stream. They're like, hey, look, you should have him on your you should have him on your show and debate him and stuff like that. I'm like, you can't debate somebody's belief.
No,
you'll never win that.
No, because their belief is their belief.
Yeah.
Look, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Now, what I'm gonna say here, T Wood said hi, H-Town and Raider. He new to the channel. Show love to T Wood. Say, should service-connected disability show up on your problems list? You need to make sure that I'm gonna get your opinion in a minute. That some of the conditions on your problems list, for those of you that don't know what a problems list is, at the VA hospital. It's a list of the things that you are disabilities that you have, or conditions. Let me say conditions. Some of them may be service connected, some may not. All of them may be service connected, or none of them may be service connected. But it's a springboard. What you got to say on that, brother?
I think that honestly, once it's service connected, it doesn't necessarily matter because it's deemed a chronic condition. But if it's something that you're trying to get service connected, yes, obviously it has to be on the problems list if you want to try to get it service connected.
Yes, sir.
It also depends on if it's static or not, because it should show up on a problems list, hopefully.
Because you want to make sure. Is there some things that sometimes you're service connected for, but it may not be over at the VA hospital? They may not know you have the condition. Is that possible?
Correct. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, you can, because the origin of your records doesn't matter. So you could have a private provider. You could just do hey, look, I've got this knee pain and I've had it for a really long time. And you go to service connect it and you've never had treatment for it. But let's say you had Gulf War service and you do a MUCME, a medically unexplained multi-symptom illness, which is what
Yes.
Gulf War syndrome was, you can get it granted without ever having had treatment. It's statistically challenging, but I mean,
it's possible.
So yeah, it is possible.
Now listen, what our brother Charles say, really, Raider HQ, this surprises you too. Lieutenant Colonel Dan lives in La La Land, Twilight Zone. Now, and then Charles say, go ahead.
What surprises me, honestly, like, you want to know what surprises me, is that he gets a platform, that the gobbledygook that comes out of his mouth is resistant to being squashed. Like, he's
That
not an
baffles
expert
me.
in anything. It baffles me. Yes, it's as if the resistance to this going away is somebody likes what he has to say, and it satisfies a means to an end. And I don't mean to be a conspiracy theorist. Sorry.
You know, it's like the one in the kid in the back of the classroom chewing on the crayons. They wanted him to get up and give a speech, and he got several colors in his mouth. Wow. So now he say, MG Smith say, even a PhD can be a quack. And then say, Coasty say, what is Gage trying to gain by doing this? Great question. And great statement.
It's a grift.
For his book?
He morally, no, this is moral righteousness.
Oh, God.
He believes deep down in his, God bless him. And you know, when you say God bless somebody, you're about ready to say bad stuff about him, but God bless him. He believes that you are not worthy for your disability. He believes that. Every fiber of this man's being, he believes it. He believes that only a certain few should get the accolades. It tears this man apart when other veterans that are less than him get, oh my gosh, you got support. Oh my gosh, people are honoring you. Oh my gosh, this and that.
You know why? Because he never got attention like that. And we're going to go into it tonight. A lot of the, let me ask you this, the Green Book, the Green Law Book. Let me know if you got the link or not, because I sent it to you because I want to make sure you come up. You're welcome to come up right now, brother. Now, he never got that attention in childhood. Now, listen what our brothers say, Nacho Man. Has anyone granted TDIU become sicker? Because, you know, he kept talking about that the VA, the disability makes us sicker. And that's what causes us to want to harm ourselves.
Look, I'll be honest with you. Okay. This is the danger with somebody that is, and I apologize on your channel.
Now speak your mind.
When an idiot speaks and says something stupid, you can have people start questioning things. Like the question about TDIU. Can a person be granted TDIU become sicker? Yes. Diseases get worse. Disabilities get worse. It's not a sicker versus unsicker thing. TDIU just literally says, medically, the doctors say that I medically cannot work because of my disabilities. Can a person get sicker? Yes, but that's independent of TDIU. If you're going to become sicker, you could become sicker anyway. It bothers me because Gade is making people question these things.
Yes. He meant to bring confusion, you think?
Yes. Yeah.
Now listen, let me see here. Brother says, mercenaries getting government contracts from combat experiences, is that moral? Because that's what what's his name? They confess, what's his name? Even Sean Ryan, I ain't beefing with him, but he said he was working with the CIA as a contractor. And who is the other one that worked? Oh, somebody I just got. What's his name? Contract. The liar. I think that's I think he had government contracts too. Let me know if you got the link. Green Law Book. Let me know, because I sent it to you.
Shorten that somehow.
Yeah,
shorten that somehow.
Yeah, Log Book. Yeah. Let me know, because we want you to be a part of this. Now listen, MG Smith say, T Woods, good evening and welcome. Then we have Nacho Man says, officers get TDIU tax-free, enlisted get $3.50 a day tax. That's what he wants. He want to get more, because they're kind of stratifying veterans to a certain extent. Now we got Wood say, T Wood say, do you guys think it's the word disability that affects it? Dan, I guess he's Lieutenant Dan. Should it be called service-connected compensation? I'm not into the word game, but tell me what your opinion. And we got 15 likes, 15 watching. Come on.
I think, and I'll be honest with you, I think it is time to separate, to do a couple things. We need to call it something else. And we also need to stop associating disability with working. Unless it's TDIU, unless it's TDIU, we need to stop equating it to working, because Dan did that during this podcast here, the one that's on the screen, or the one that was on the screen, with the Teresa lady, SOS podcast. So he was doing a false equivalency where he's trying to say that SSDI and normal disability, they're related to each other. And that's not the case. When I rate something, like if I rate sleep apnea, your CPAP I don't care if you're working or not whenever I grant that. Like, that's not how that works. It doesn't work that way, and it's weird.
Yes, we want to welcome the Green Logbook. Everybody show some love. We're glad that you're here, brother. How's it going? Now tell us.
You guys hear me okay?
Yeah, hear you quite well. Let me ask you this here. What branch of service you were in, if you served in the military?
Yeah. I hope so. I got my DD 214. No, Marine Corps for 20 years, man. Was in the Marine Corps for 20 years, did military justice for 20 years. So went from enlisted to officer.
And legal, you in legal, right?
That's right. Yeah. So I ended up as the I just put my headphone on here. And in my career as the director of legal operations for the base I retired out of. But yeah, it was fun. I mean, you got to see the best and the worst of the military, of the Marine Corps at least, and the Navy.
So so that's great. And so yeah, because had you, as a Marine, had you ever served on a ship?
No, I didn't have the pleasure or displeasure of doing so.
Okay.
However you want to see it.
Yes. And, well, let me ask, have you ever heard of Raider HQ?
I have, yeah.
Okay. Oh. Raider HQ. Have you ever heard of the Green Logbook?
Yeah, I watch people's videos all the time. I just haven't had a need to comment on the videos, but yeah, I've watched a couple of videos. Yes.
And I want to ask you, what about this situation, Green Logbook? And the question is going to be for you too, Raider HQ. What about this situation? We have other people that are bringing up stuff about veterans and their benefits and fraud and being sick. But what is it about Lieutenant Colonel Gabe, retired, PhD, long title? What is it about him that kind of pulls our antennas up? You first, Green Logbook.
Well, from what I know, I mean, from what I've seen online, and I don't know too much about him. I understand where he's coming from with his stuff, like the entitlement, and that we're paying. I believe he's saying we're paying folks to be disabled. Is that correct?
To be sick.
To be sick. Okay. Yeah.
The premise.
Yeah. I'd say, I mean, if you rate it because you have an ailment, I mean, you should be compensated. I'm a big proponent of thinking that the government use your body for their mission.
Yes, like a tool. Mission. Like a tool.
Right, like a tool. Right. So like me, 19 years in, I got surgery on my leg. I've been putting it off for so many years, since 2006. Right. It hurt throughout the entire career, but I ended up getting it at the end. I was not a combat veteran. Like I deployed, not outside the wire or anything like that. Being military justice is more, I suppose, behind the scenes, doing investigations and things like that. But I still have a VA rating.
Yes.
I still have a VA rating. So I don't feel like they're paying me to be sick. It's something
Okay.
that's due to what I've incurred while in service.
Okay, now, with you, Raider, do you think you're being paid to be sick? How do you feel from a Raiders perspective about how you are being? How did this hit you personally when you would hear the statements, the gobbledygook that comes out of this man's mouth?
Well, I mean, I don't think I'm paid to be sicker, right? Because you go through an examination, you go through medical opinions, you go like there is a medical process to this, right? So
Yes.
you're only as sick as you are. Like you can't just be like, hey, look, today I've got diabetes and I'm going to jam myself in the stomach with insulin every day to get that more money. Like
Yes.
nobody, it's the premise that Lieutenant Colonel Gade has is one based upon feelings rather than facts. Like, I don't understand, because a lot of his premise is veterans, you're just sitting there without a job. Well, who doesn't have a job? I mean, unless you're retired. Like a lot of veterans have jobs. Where's your statistics, Lieutenant Gade? Where are your statistics on this? Where's evidence of evidence? That's what I want to see. Evidence of evidence that there's even a problem.
Number one, I agree with you. Let's see what our brother says here. Charleston say Lieutenant Colonel Gade says military service and military injury doesn't define him, or should it other veterans? Now, that's a hypocritical statement, because let me show you something. This is his website right before he became the CEO of the business. What was it called? I can't see it because let me blow it up here, family. Give me a second. I can't see it. What is it? What's the name of his business? Interception.
I have no clue.
I have no idea.
Not really relevant.
Y'all can't,
to be quite honest with you.
But
I mean,
here's the thing. What he said. He said, I don't know if I can center. I don't know if I can organize my life around a disability identity. Well, he may not be able to organize his life, but he sure organize his business, because his business is certified with the SBA as a certified as a service disabled veteran owned small business. So he's a hypocrite. He's a disabled veteran, but he don't want us to get disability. Does that make sense?
He's reaping the rewards, it sounds like.
oh yeah.
Yes.
But there's two different things. There's I'm a veteran with a disability versus I am a disabled vet. So those are
Yes.
two different distinctions. One of them, you identify yourself as a person with a disability. The second one, you identify yourself as a disabled veteran. And the part that I disagree with Lieutenant Gade about is he generalizes he makes these baseless assertions that everybody sees it that way. Like he's just making this broad just nonsense. I don't know.
Well, see, the thing is, he grew up. Man, I wish we can go back where we all equal. Let me see, can I get this thing right where we all on here? There you go, because I want us to all be equal. So here's the thing. I got it on the slideshow, but I'm not going to pull it up while we're up. We're going to talk. The thing is, he grew up where? In South Dakota, I think North Dakota. He grew up in North Dakota. He grew up in a rural area. So did Tim Hagee. He grew up in Montana in a rural area. These areas are like 80 to 90, about 90% white, and he's in rural areas. And these areas are cool because people up there are cool. But if you haven't been in city areas around people, if you live in isolated environments, I tell my family here, I grew up in my neighborhood of Fifth Ward. The only people I was around mainly was Black and some Hispanics. We did cowboy stuff, so we knew some white people that lived out by our barns and stuff. But when I saw the Ku Klux Klan, I thought they were ghosts, like a ghost parade, because I hadn't had any experience with that. Can we give them the benefit of the doubt that they were kind of isolated, or at some point do they need to grow up? What do you think the deal is? Do you think they just never had to interact with people the way you and I have? You can go ahead, Green Law Book.
As far as the way you're raised, I mean, it's hard to change somebody's mind when they've been nurtured and in that way. growing up.
religiously too. Now he's coming from
Yeah.
a religious perspective. What? How can you argue with somebody when they say God told them?
Well, you can't if that's what their belief is.
Wow, we ain't gonna be able to reach him at all. Raider, what's up?
Well, I mean, he's a grown man. Like, he is a grown adult male.
Choose his path, huh?
Yes.
Well, I mean, he can look around and he can go, I don't like this, and he can change his mind. He can grow as a human being if he wants to, right? I grew up in a 3,000 population town, right?
Yes. Yes.
I mean, as white as Christmas snow in all directions, right? But I grew up going, I want to learn more about other cultures. I want to learn more about other things. Like, I mean, it's not nature versus nurture, in my opinion, for him.
Okay.
It's literally that. I mean, he does have a belief system. It's how is he getting seats at Congress?
I'll be the lad, because how this dude he talked to them with the same gobbledygook, and they put him down and they listen and very little pushback.
Well,
Yeah,
I can see where you're coming from too, where you can be open to different perspectives, right? There's many things out there that I don't agree with, that I see on a daily basis that I don't agree with. However, even being in the military as a leader,
Right.
you want to be open to everybody's perspective, and that makes you a better person, a better leader as well.
Yes, sir.
That the fact that he potentially may be closing himself off to one belief system, that's no good for one. I think you brought it up, Raider. Yeah, he's a grown man. He can choose his path. He can easily open himself up to different perspectives and go down that path and fully understand that. I mean, that as a grown person, we can change our minds. We have the free will and the ability to do that, unless you don't.
I have the question, who hurt you? Because he's talking about that we're exploiting the system of having disabled parking in disabled spots. Yeah, they just everywhere parking in disabled spots. Where he's making up a lot of stuff that I don't know where it's coming from. And it's like, do you think he has a vendetta against veterans?
Can I chime in on this? I have seen people behind the 7-Eleven screaming at dumpsters with more coherence than Lieutenant Dan in almost every capacity. I mean, making very, very valid arguments against that dumpster and how it stole his something or another. He is not making a good faith effort at all. Like, he is not presenting any facts to back up anything. Like, I made the case for him. Like, he could say, okay, I could start out the conversation by saying, look, the homeless veteran population, the most severely mentally ill population, though that is a demographic that is incentivized to remain homeless, to remain impaired. If they become housed, then they lose their benefits. They drop down because they're no longer, wow, what's going on? They drop down because they're no longer that severely mentally ill. So becoming housed plays a huge role in whether or not they get to keep that 100%. So I know we're just going through the cycle here.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. So
go ahead.
So that's an argument that he could make in good faith and say, look, there is a factual, evidence-based review showing that homeless veterans are a demographic of people that prove my point. He could lead off with that. Now, it's a very niche argument that he could make, in which he can that's where it stops, right?
Yes.
Because they're not employed, they're homeless, they're severely mentally ill, and unfortunately that severe mental illness oftentimes prevents the veteran from seeing the reasoning behind why getting housed is better, losing some money is fine in order to become housed. But he doesn't research anything. Like, he doesn't even know. Like, he was talking in this podcast thing on SOS about how erectile dysfunction isn't a disability. Well, there's an ICD-10 code for it, so it is a disability. Insurance companies pay and reimburse for it every single day of the week. The man says things that just,
But now he said, from the book of Daniel, Lieutenant Dan, scripture 3 and 5. Listen, he says that that some of the things that are disability in that M21 manual are not disabilities in the real world. What say you, Green Book? And then I know you got anything to say about that? And then I want to come from you, Ray.
I do have a question though, because I'm familiar with VA disability. I did my BDD claim, so I never really had to do any subsequent. I never really was searching for anything else. I feel like I got what I rate. But I do have a question. Maybe you gentlemen can help me out with this. What happens if, in fact, like maybe through physical therapy of some way, some sort, you do start getting better, and you go to your doctor, your VA disability, or your VA doctor, whoever, and you let them know, hey, I do feel like I'm getting better. What happens then? Like, I don't know what's
it's not really
the next step.
It's not. I'm gonna let Raider get in on this, but that's not really. Your goal is to go get treatment, continuous treatment. Here's the thing: that doesn't mean that it triggers anything. See, a lot of us been taught that triggers a re-examination. Talk about that, Raider. Help our brother out.
So yeah, what would happen is nothing. Like, honestly, you would retain the same percentage that you have until you do something like you bring a claim before the VA, at which time they could reassess some certain things. But ideally what happens is during your evaluation, they deem whether or not it's going to be a chronic condition and whether or not there is a chance for improvement. So the typical CMP process is built in with that in mind. Is, if you have degenerative disc disease of the spine, there's no likelihood that that's going to get better. If you have vision problems, there's no likelihood for that to get better. Right. If you just have, knee pain or something along those lines, the 10% minimum for knee pain, you're going to always get that because you can have painful knee, like a painful joint, a painful whatever. So is there a chance for things to potentially get better? Yes, there are. And there's also a chance for it to be reevaluated. Now, it never gets severed service connection, so it never goes away. It'll just be dropped down to 0% if it fully has resolved.
But tell them, go ahead, finish up.
Oh, I was going to say, like, if you had like hip problems and you have a total hip replacement, there's a process for that. And then you become a new mandatory minimum for the hip replacement. But if you're just talking about, like, I've got allergic rhinitis, let's say you miraculously get better, well, then it would just drop down to 0.
But so unless you spark a reevaluation or open one up, then nothing actually happens?
Nothing actually happens because the doctor that did your original CMP examination stated that there is not likelihood for it to improve, that this is basically a chronic disability. And should it improve, then, miracle, hallelujah, type thing. Like, it's rare. Historically, they used to do routine future exams to check for improvement. And as of 2021, due to policy letter 21-01, they stopped doing the routine future exams because OIG found out veterans aren't getting better. So we're wasting a lot of money doing these reevaluation exams, checking to see if things got better. Yes, sometimes they do, but not to the point that we are justifying how much money we're spending.
Can you make that point, Raider HQ, where you say the only thing that really would trigger a reexamination is that hospitalization? Can you break that down?
Yeah, if you went because everybody in the VA record system, you're an outpatient. So anytime you go for treatment, you're an outpatient, you're deemed outpatient, you go in, you come out. If you were to become inpatient, that'll trigger a review as to the diagnosis, why you became inpatient in the VA. If you become inpatient at somewhere else, some non-VA facility, it won't trigger it. But that's the only time that generally you can have a claim be triggered. And it doesn't automatically do anything because hospitalization shows worsening, right? Like, it doesn't, you don't go to the hospital because, man, my foot feels so much better, I'm going to go to the hospital. Like, it doesn't happen that way. But
I love talking to sane veterans. Let me ask you this here. And I want to say this here. So if you go in, let's say you go in inpatient and you're there for a number of months. And I forget how long it is. If you stay over 6 months for mental health, can you actually get a temporary rating for mental health?
It's not just mental health. So if you are hospitalized for a service-connected condition, 21 days and longer will initiate a temporary 100% until the time of discharge. So if you if you had your liver, let's say you had your liver service-connected, not for fatty liver, but for something else. If you had liver cirrhosis of the liver, let's say, and you become hospitalized and they keep you for 3 months, then for those 3 months, you would be at 100%. Because anytime you're hospitalized it's under convalescence, 38 CFR 4.29 and potentially 38 CFR 4.30, depending on what type of convalescence you have. But those two situations can give you a temporary 100%.
That's what I was wondering. And that's the temporary 100% that has different ones. That's where you're actually at a scale of 100%, but it's temporary, right?
Yeah.
Now,
so the discharge will dictate whenever it stops. So hospitalization and discharge from hospitalization dictate the start and stop time on that.
Okay, now I want to say this. Read it. Betty Bob says, "H-Town, the business is called Infuse." I know a lot of people say don't even give him shine. He say he has a lot of veterans.
Sounds like influenza.
What does he do in his business? What is that about?
He has federal contracts. He has federal contracts with the federal government, and I don't know, it's some kind of military stuff.
Shop teacher things.
Yeah, and he's in the same state of Alabama that Senator Tuberville, who was talking to him, same state. He gets he's small business, but he getting at least about 30 to 40 million in contracts, revenue, I mean, from his company. I'm not pocket watching. Now, Nacho say, no longer represent himself as a veteran. Now, let's see here.
Which is fine.
He is a veteran.
You don't have to.
No, he said this here. He went farther. He wants you to know from his perspective. He said, I don't want to be a disabled veteran. And in another place, he said he didn't want to be a veteran at all. He's divorcing y'all.
And that's fine. He's excommunicado. He can be an expatriate if he wants to. I don't care. That's fine. But it's when he wants to push it on to everybody else that he acts like a disgruntled employee is what he's acting like. He's acting like he's having a tantrum and he doesn't want anybody to get nice things unless it's him, is what it appears to be. I don't know.
Disgruntled.
Hey guys,
go ahead.
I have to take off real quick. I will be back though. So
we'll be here. We'll be here. Now go ahead, brother. We'll talk to you. Now let's get up. Now, given your perspective, how do you see these situations where when you're talking about he's saying, I don't want to be considered a veteran or a disabled veteran. What is he trying to sometimes I feel like he's trying to alienate us for civilians. He's trying to other us.
It might be. I mean, I'd have to look at his podcast again. I mean, I know he's been on a couple podcasts and he's been talking in front of Congress and all that stuff, or in front of whoever and answering questions. I mean, does he have a choice? He is technically by definition a veteran, right? Does he want to be a disabled veteran? I mean, does anybody really want to be disabled? I mean, no. You want to be better, right? What we are is, and I think you mentioned it earlier, or somebody did, about the wording, right? Disabled versus service connected. I had somebody on my podcast a while back who mentioned that, how those words should be changed. Because I do believe that the word disability has, for one, a negative connotation to it.
Service connected. What would be good? Service connected.
Yeah, service connected. Yeah, because I think disability mentally, I think that kind of hinders folks, and I know it did for me for a long time. I put that title on myself. Oh, okay, I have a disability rating, so therefore I am disabled. So I let that kind of take over a little bit, and I come across people who kind of resonate with that as well after I brought it up, because it can kind of take over your life.
That's why they do with PTS. They call it, instead of PTSD, some people say drop off the disorder part of it.
Yeah, I've heard that too. So I'm all for changing the name of it. As far as this guy Gade, I mean, I can't speak for him. I understand what he's saying. I don't agree with what he's saying from what I understand, from what I've heard. If you incurred injuries while in service, you definitely rate those percentages. It doesn't matter if you're combat. I think you mentioned at the beginning of your video, are you combat rated, or if you've been to combat? Do you
talking about me?
Yeah.
How
did you start off the video? It was do you rate VA disability if you're not combat or combat?
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. But I was saying it don't matter. There's no distinction. But that's in our contract. So that the only difference is this here, that if you are a combat veteran, that unless you are a liar like Tim Sheehy, Senator, that you are considered a reliable historian. Okay, so what I went through and where I was at, there were no cameras. It was just stuff happening, and they took my documentation, where we were at. They know how many, confirmed unalivings people have, different things. So they assume, and that's why it's good not to lie on your paperwork or exaggerate, because you can lose that. You understand? But there's other ways to go at it. See, it's good that you went before a board. I want to ask you about that. Let me get this. He say he is a veteran when it suits him. Yes, indeed. When he got his small business loan. And I want to say something based on what you were saying. He said something else too that was quite interesting. And it was something on what you said. Now 66 say, I don't expect much from Dan. My eye is on politicians, our employees that buy into this BS. They platform him. Do you think we should, let me ask you this here, the green logbook. Do you think we should ignore people like him? Do you think we're giving him too much clout?
No, so he has a platform, as many folks do, right? He has come out publicly. He has established a platform, and people listen to that stuff.
Yes.
I mean, when you're a celebrity or something, not saying that he is, but people will listen to what you have to say. People are listening to what he has to say. He has a platform. So should we believe him? I mean, at least we should listen to what he's got to say,
right?
If only to kind of understand where he's coming from and potentially call him out if need be.
Do you think he's trying to make the word veteran a bad word to the regular civilian population?
As far as, well,
because he's saying he don't want to be called even a veteran. I can understand the disability handle, but
so why doesn't he want to be called a veteran?
Because he say he don't want to live in his sickness. I don't want to speak for him, but he said certain things. He've even called certain disabilities junk disabilities, nonsense disabilities such as sleep apnea, saying that these things would happen in the normal progression of life anyway.
I see the word veteran as almost a badge of honor, right? Like you raise your right hand, you served. That's something that nobody can take away from you. Whether or not, I got a little veteran thing on my car, and the amount of people that come up and say, "Hey, thanks for your service" or whatever. That's cool. I tell them thank you for the thank you, essentially.
Yes, sir.
But it's absolutely nothing negative. I don't see how it can be construed as negative, unless you're using it for something bad. But I don't see how that would work.
Okay, well, I want to put a little clip up. I got them into little clips, and if you don't mind, and so I'm a fair use family, fair use. This is for informative and educational purposes only. Yeah. Why you laugh?
No, it's funny because you got it all squared away, man. You got the disclaimers on there. I like that. Prepared.
Yes, indeed. So let me see. It's just that and I want to make sure, because I want y'all to feel welcome when you come here. I'm the kind of person, as you see the family here, let me see, say, Coasty said, let me catch up. I apologize, y'all. Coach say he should keep his opinion and beliefs to himself. Nacho Man say, you think Space Force will get benefits if they never go to space? You know, that's weird. Wow. Nacho, you out of control. Then Charlton say, H time, instead of hammer time, it's H time, psychology 101. Then I want to catch them. We're going to go into the video because I want your reaction, my brothers. Long, you know, I don't want to hold you no longer than you can be. 66.
Yeah, I got a few more minutes. So when
we're gonna get right to it. Very niche and still requires some factual stats to back it up. I just want to kind of catch up, and then it say Raider HQ. Okay, we'll get to that when Raiders in. So let's get to it. We'll get to the rest of y'all statements. Serving is being a doctor. Serving is like being a doctor. Everyone can do it. That's what they're saying. Now we're going to get to here. Let me start off on the right spot. Let me know if you can hear too, my friend. Okay. And so this is a little of the introduction that we're gonna skip through on some.
Not only all the benefits that are out there that are available, but whether or not those benefits are being used for the people who need it the most. So to kick this off, I'll just ask Mr. Gade, where were you born and raised, and why did you decide to join the Army?
Yeah, sure. So I was born in Minot, North Dakota, which is like north of the capital city. It's just south of Canada. Anyway, I was born in Minot, North Dakota, and my father was an Army veteran. My mother is a patriot, and so my middle name is MacArthur, after the general. And so when it was time for me to think about service, I first enlisted in the Army Reserve when I was 17 and still in high school, and then I went to basic training between my junior and senior year of high school, and I was going to be headed off to AIT in after high school graduation, but then I was accepted to West Point. So I went to West Point and I graduated from there in 1997. And so service, a history of service has always been part of my part of my DNA, I would say.
Absolutely. And
okay, so have you ever heard, let me ask you this here, the Green Law Book. Have you ever heard of someone going to basic training while they're in the 11th grade, while they're still in high school? I had never heard of that.
No, I mean, no, I haven't. I mean, how old was he? Unless there's some kind of waiver or something like that. I've never heard of that. I mean, as far as I know, you got to have a high school diploma, don't you, to join the military?
I'm baffled.
Or even unless he did something with, he mentioned West Point. I don't know how the service academies work, or if he can do like a summer session.
Yeah, he went enlisted first, and while he was enlisted, he was kind of a hand-picked individual from what he's saying. So we're not going to do it all, but I'm going through different clips, brother. I got it set up because as you do it, you learn, So
yeah,
now
that's news to me, man.
Yes.
11th grade.
Yes, that's new. Now he said, I don't want to be a disabled veteran. Now let's listen to what he's saying here. Gets quite interesting. All right, I moved it up some.
Recover, and how do I provide for my family and all of that? And there were all these people coming around saying,
this is after he was injured and lost his leg.
Have you thought about disability benefits yet? Are you going to get your disability? You're going to get out on disability? And I'm like, well, I don't want to be disabled, so I'm not going to do that. Stop. I'm not just,
right.
I have a serious disability, but there's a difference between having a condition and becoming that condition. Having a disability is different than being disabled. And there were so many organizations and people and structures that were designed to get veterans like me to feel as disabled as possible so that they could get paid. And I just found it disgusting. And I found it disgusting from the beginning, and I find it disgusting today.
Right.
Have you ever, I'm kind of confused. Have you ever heard of people saying they're just trying to get paid? Even I've heard veterans say I'm going to give them 100%. I want to get a higher rating. I just want to get paid.
I want to get paid. I have seen things like, and I made a video on my channel about it, about like TikTok and the whole veteran disability culture.
Yes.
It was something new to me. It was brought up to my attention. Like, dude, have you seen this stuff on TikTok? I'm like, no, I haven't. Went on TikTok and I saw a bunch of people flaunting their 100% VA disability. like dancing around. I got my 100%. I had not seen that before. I'm not big on TikTok. I have an account on there, but I infrequently go on there. But I will say something that he mentioned, like the disability thing. Yes, he lost his leg. In that picture there. Does he have an injury, or does he have some kind of an ailment, something that happened, right? I don't know if he doesn't want it to be called disability. That's fine. We don't call it a disability.
Okay.
But he has some kind of service connected something, injury or something there. It doesn't matter if essentially, it doesn't matter if you don't want to have a disability. If you have something, some kind of service connected, that's what you have. If he doesn't want us to call it disability, well, then call it something else, or don't call him disabled. But technically, he has a service connection, something, injury, something.
I feel to an extent that he's trying to separate himself in some kind of way. Maybe psychologically has some issues, because the military affects a lot of us differently, and he may have some psychological issues.
I mean, I'll tell you what, H-Town, like, does anybody really want to be disabled? No, nobody wants to be disabled, right?
I agree
But
with that.
when you have some kind of service connected injury, that's what technically they call it, a disability, right? Unless they want to change the name to something else.
Well,
service connected ailment or something.
I must confess, I've said it to y'all in the past. I guess I'm somewhat of a hypocrite. I never pushed it on nobody else, but my grandmother was the one told me that something is wrong with you. And I said, hey, I have a job. Ain't nothing wrong with me. Why would you say that? And she, nah, you're not different. You're not the same child that grew up here. And so she had my uncle take me up to the VA, and they kind of got caught up, and somehow I got into set up with somebody to go to the CMP appointment. And I told them I don't have no problem. I said, I'm good. They still service connected me. And that hurt me to my soul, man, because I'm trying to work. And I'm like, why would y'all do something to undermine me going to work? Because I told him, if you tell a CMP doctor that you don't have any problems, I said, I don't got no mental health problem. I didn't know how PTSD worked, and he still service connected me. And I felt like that was a betrayal. But at this point, man, I understand it. Now, Charles say, go ahead.
No, but the thing is, I think it's good that you got at least that knowledge that maybe there's a disconnect there that you can identify. Like, you didn't see it yourself. Right?
Yes.
A doctor helped you out in identifying that. Yeah, they helped you out in identifying that. That's one step towards realizing that maybe there's things that you do need to work at or work on.
I ain't never told y'all this here. I don't know how you can keep talking kind of blacked out what I was saying, because he wrote down things that happened that I don't remember telling them in that room. I must tell you, because he upset me when he asked me about something that happened around my tank. And I was like, how would he know that unless I told him? I guess, when you get the people, you don't want to think about things, you get upset and somehow rattle it off. Now, Charleston said ROTC, I think. Child, 11th grade for LT. Yeah, they had ROTC. I don't know about you. You going to basic training while you in high school? This guy seemed to have some tall tales. Now, you can sign up at 17, but I think your parents have to sign it.
I understand it. Yeah, it's a waiver that they signed.
Can't go until being 18 years is all I know. I did deferred enlistment at 17. If you did deferred enlistment, put DE in the chat for deferred enlistment. Put D in the chat if you did deferred enlistment. Anybody here did deferred enlistment? 66 say trying to paint a pig and call it a horse. Let us know, family. Yeah, 16 likes and 18 watching. I didn't talk to a psych doctor, this is 66, until my PCP wanted me to. Yes, indeed. So who in there? Oh, we got Remom in the house. I deferred enlistment. I didn't go in until November, about 3 or 4 months later. So what's up now, fam? Okay, did I miss something? All right. Oh, that's me and my little paper. I got so much going on over. Y'all got me. You got me feeling important, bro. I remember seeing yours now. Here's the thing I want to say about those TikTok. Some of them people might not even be veterans. Because it'd be
yeah, that was brought to my attention too.
Yeah,
Again, it was a whole nother world that I had never even seen. And I was just amazed. But yeah, somebody brought it up. They may not even be veterans. They'd just be doing it for clout or clicks or something.
Yes, and most veterans don't do that, but I don't know about the younger generation. Most of ours, we don't do a whole bunch of talking. I'm Desert Storm, 1980, I went in. Then I'll say delayed entry. Betty Bob say delayed entry. And Betty Bob say, remom, hello. Let me ask you this. So anybody went directly in without delayed enlistment? How did you go in, brother? You went to officer candidate school or something first, right?
No. I was enlisted first. I was enlisted.
Oh.
I didn't join until I was 20, and went enlisted and worked my way up and became a chief warrant officer about halfway through my career.
Look at you. Oh,
that's fun, man. I had fun doing it, man. Why not?
Yes. Now let's see. We got everything here. Let me see if he's telling any more truths here, because he's the.
Well, I'll tell you what, H-Town, I got to get off here, man. I got dinner waiting for me. But
go get your dinner. We glad that you're here. We thank you for coming,
I'll
brother.
Stop by next time.
Stop by next time. You're always welcome. Like Motel 6, we'll leave the light on for you. Hold on, let me get you up on the full screen here. Everybody show love to my brother. Good night. Get that food, man.
Yeah, man. Hey, thanks for having me. Thanks for everybody who's out there listening, man. I really appreciate it. Good talks, good topics. I love it.
What made you come up, brother? What was it about the channel?
Last time we I saw your live last time you had one. I caught it on the I think the tail end. And when I went to go comment, like, hey, say something on there, but it was kind of shut off. So that's when I guess you opened it after the fact.
Yes.
And then I figured, well, let me. I saw you on here. I'm like, let me check this guy out. I always like checking out the veteran live streams, the veteran channels, especially like the up and coming ones as well. See what you all have to say and what everybody has to say. Not necessarily that I'm a huge channel, but also kind of up and coming. But it's always interesting to connect with other folks, and I'm a big fan of listening to other perspectives. Again, I don't agree with everything that everybody says, but I'm always willing to listen and to hear them out, if only to become a better person myself and understand those perspectives.
One thing I'm gonna let you go, that his channel, I remember because I got members. He is a person. He don't take too many biased positions. He's fair and open about how he sees things analytically. Thank you so much. Everybody's showing you love, and hope to see you soon. Everybody go over to his channel and subscribe. Go check it out. Okay. Thank you, brother.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Always. Bye. Now, family, look at it. H-Town got some people care about me in here. I'm sorry if I missed any of y'all. Think Betty Boss was delayed entry. Think I called. If I missed any of your chat, let me know. Take care, huge. Hulk. Hulk Logbook. You gonna call him Hulk Logbook? That's a good one. Good night, Green Logbook. And 66 say thanks for showing up, Green. Family, it's the environment that y'all create around here. It's the type of, let me tell you, these people just got off live, so they need to go eat. Even what's the name? But they feel the atmosphere here. Because that's something he said, Raider said, I'm back with Wi-Fi went out. Hey, when it will go out, we'll wait till you come back. You understand? Now, family, now we can get through this thing. All right, now we're going to start this and we appreciate it. Fam, we appreciate it. We're going to start it from here. Give me a second. No, I'm cutting up. Okay, family, we're going to do it, and then we're going to get into it, and we're going to go back to the video, but I want to clip this out. Then we have the topic for today is, should only combat veterans receive VA disability compensation? Y'all are welcome to interact. And we said that's dealing with the VA compensation, family benefits, and healthcare. It should apply to all veterans, regardless of your branch of service. And we're going to be going over next time those that are not military occupations that qualify for disability benefits. We're going to talk about that next time. But this was a very important thing to cover. Now, family, we still tracking the sellout crew. You know what we do. You know what we do here. Get that music back on. And family, we're going to get into it. Now, let me get this. I think they're trying to put dirt on our name, family. I think they're trying to put dirt on our name as veterans. And Better Bob say, Jay Oliver, glad you're back. Everybody, I know how to say thanks, everyone. Chow time from the Green Log Book. Yes, indeed. Think they're trying to put dirt on our name, but we're unifying. And here's the video that we started. We're going to kind of pick up where we left off. So let's catch some of this information, family. As we said, and I want y'all to understand something, that, you know, he lived in kind of an isolated area, you know, demographics are a little different. Fair use. We're going to continue to from where we started. Let's do it. All right, H-Town, break it down. All right, now let's get to it, fam. We're going to continue where we left off. Oh, I'm supposed to turn that music off. Give me a second. All right, family.
Right. Was that an opinion that was shared by anybody around you? Like, did you find other veterans that felt the same way, or they felt that way, but they wouldn't admit that they felt that way because they knew that it might impact their bottom line as well?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, throughout this whole process, including including writing Wounding Warriors and doing tons of podcasts when it first came out in 2021 and things like that. Like, there are.
So what people would do, and I want y'all to hear this here. He's trying to promote his book. He made that book years ago. And what one way do music artists, people that are trying to do something like write a book, they create drama. Could he be making this drama to promote his book? What say you? Then we got 66 says, wonder if Dan Company was ever overpaid by Uncle Sam. As we know they do. If so, did he give the money back? Mr. Hollis, thank you. Oh boy, y'all something else. Yes, indeed. Now, okay, fam. Let's see what he's saying, because I'm gonna move it up.
There are a lot of veterans out there who realize, like, wait a second, you know, my life is different. Once I claimed my disability, you know, my life did become different. And man, what if I'd kept working? And what if I had, you know, come.
You see how he does these mocking quotes, claim my disability. That's real dismissive, huh? Is he joking with us or what? Oh, didn't know he wrote a military book. Is it his life story? I don't know. I think it's about disability. I think it's a Trojan horse. They talking about Wounded Warrior. I wonder where he got that name from. Not real original, right? Because you got the Wounded Warrior Project. I think he's talking about how everything, the gobbledygook that he's talking now about, we shouldn't be sick and all that. Let's see.
to life from a position of self-efficacy. And so I think there's a lot of people who, one of the ladies in our book who is one of the sort of protagonists of the book, said one time that she felt like discarded, this is a quote, discarded government waste.
Okay, so he already talked about two things. Give me a second. So I want to pull something else up on this one. So, okay, now he said two things I want y'all to pay attention to. All right, let me get into this here. First, we want to let you know he's from North Dakota, and it's mostly predominantly white. He had real rural family. I want y'all to hear this. And even with Tiny Tim, he's from, and I'm bringing this up because not because of his ethnicity of being white, the race of being white, the fact that he's in these isolated places where he didn't get to interact with a lot of people. He's from a place that's not 89% white. These people talking against us, they haven't really been around the general population. Montana, then even Dakota Rasta. He from Kentucky, but he's from a town that's 86% white. And he had an identity crisis, because he tried to be a little light-skinned brother, black man. Coach say, no, I got it. He's on a book tour. Oh, hold on. Somebody said double take. I'm sorry I missed that 6-6. He say, you always have to do a double take on folks that protest something so much. Something unusual ain't right. Something usually ain't right with them. Yeah, can't get right, huh? And he identifies and benefits from being a disabled veteran with his business. He just called the disabilities nonsense. He often referred to them as nonsense or junk disabilities. Watch our video on it. Now, this is the part that get interesting. He talked about, you heard him say, I don't know if we said that yet, about we shouldn't go to the pay, we shouldn't be able to park places. He said that. And disabled veteran here in Houston, that's the 3-hour parking. I feel like he's trying to make things anti-veteran. Okay? I feel like he's going that route. Now, fam, let me get back to it here. I'm actually going to pull up another one. So this is taking us back. This might shock you. You heard what he said? That hold on, let me say that again. Y'all heard him say it, but I want y'all to hear this again. He said that the female veteran told him she feel like waste. She said she feel like discarded government waste. Then that takes us back to a video that H-Town did. Huh? Yes, it does. Come on now. Now see if y'all remember this. Those of you that were here at the time. This is when Secretary of the VA Doug Collins went on Sean Ryan's program. All right, we're going to say it. Give me a second. Fair use, family, fair use, fair use. This is for education and informative purposes only. So now listen to what he said about veterans. This veteran so-called told Lieutenant Dan that she felt like government waste. Look what he says. And they're using words like junk disabilities. Now, I'm going to read that, but I'm going to go to that, but Charles say, oh, I got it. These veterans joined for the stand out to be special, not patriots. They want to be separate. And both of them are officers. She's an officer too, and I have nothing against officers. But I don't know if they've had like an internal hostility toward us that we get to shine and they don't. Now, 66 say jumped because he couldn't claim them as a disability. So you saying it's personal, saying everyone should approach receiving their benefits as he would. No, because everybody's situation is different. That's what Raider was saying earlier on his channel. Now listen to what he says, because remember, and I'm gonna play this back again, what Lieutenant Dan said about a female veteran told him that she feel like discarded government waste. Listen to what Pastor Dougie, Secretary of the VA Dougie, said months ago before he made this statement. So listen. Let me know if you can hear it.
This way for so long. Is this still the right way to do it? And that's, look, I'm running against people who don't want to change. I'm running against, media, union bosses, members of Congress and the Senate who just, they've put in, here's the problem.
Okay, family, I went too far. Sorry. Let me get back to it.
Sex.
Oh boy, when they doing that. Give me a second, family. All right, they come up with a commercial on me. Letting this commercial pass, fam. I got to get it back to where we at. 5:17. Let's see if this is it. Thank you for your patience.
It comes through my desk. We make decisions, and mine will always be for the veteran, and then how that works out to our VA employees. Where we're seeing the most issue right now is Sean, and this is something almost for many military person, anybody that wants to think about it. The first thing when you come into a branch or you come into anything, it's you're told about the culture. Okay, the culture is this. The culture.
So I'm not going to military culture. He's going to go from military culture to veteran culture. I want you to hear this. Fair use, fair use. Listen to what he says compared to what a sister said about human waste. That's what Gage said a female veteran told him. Listen to what he says about where we are when it comes to the digestive system. Listen.
Culture. You will be a airman. You will be a Navy. You'll be a SEAL. You'll be whatever it is. You got the culture. Well, the only thing interesting is in all fairness, Sean, that's culture is at the end of the pipe. It's what comes out of the pipe. It's what goes in at the top that gives you culture. There's this idea of somewhere.
Oh, he's not talking about just a regular water pipe. Listen.
That you out there that you all of a sudden, you can just pop up culture. Mm-hmm. And that's just not true. You've got to have people and ideas at the top that then permeate through the system, sort of just like you were eating, and it comes out the other end. Well, it comes out as culture. And so really that's
Did you hear that? So when we come out on the other side as veterans, we ain't nothing but human waste. So the sister said, if that's true, he said we will come out on the other end, family. Sad. I joined to feel my duty. I guess I old school. You good people, man. That's why you're here, brother. Did you hear what this man said? I'm going to replay this. Listen.
Told about the culture. Okay, the culture is this. The culture, you will be a airman. You will be a Navy. You'll be a SEAL. You'll be whatever it is. You got the culture. Well, the only thing interesting is in all fairness, Sean, that's culture is at the end of the pipe. It's what comes out of the pipe. It's what goes in at the top that gives you culture. There's this idea of somewhere that you're out there that you all of a sudden, you can just pop up culture. Mm-hmm. And that's just not true. You've got to have people and ideas at the top that then permeate through the system, sort of just like you were eating, and it comes out the other end. Well, it comes out as culture. And so really.
So when you go in the military, that's up to mind. They shaping your mind. The veteran come out on the other end as human waste. I don't know how I ever put that. What's interesting about that? Interesting about that is what they just said over here. And we may not make the whole video, but we're going to break these things down, family. You understand? You listen now. Let me see, can I, all right. Did y'all hear that? Now we're going to be back on this fair use, fair use. This is for informative and educational purposes only. Now listen to what they just said. He said about the woman, the female veteran, describing her situation. What she felt like.
I was like, wait a second, you know, my life is different. Once I claimed my disability, you know, my life did become different. And man, what if I'd kept working? And what if I had, you know, come to life from a position of self-efficacy? And so
now listen to what he said.
I think there's a lot of people who, you know, one of the ladies in our book who is one of the sort of protagonists of the book, said one time that she felt like discarded, this is a quote, discarded government waste.
Now you see how they calling it as waste, as feces, they describing veterans. Do you think it's a coincidence they keep using the same terms? Let me know what you think. Huh? What you think about that? Do that make sense, fam? Coincidental? Because Secretary of VA Doug Collins say, we the waste that come out on the other end. And then Daniel Gage says that a woman says she feel like government waste. What do you think is going on here, family? Let us know. I don't see no chat and everything all right. Let me make sure we good, because sometimes they freeze up the chat. Oh, Lord. Oh, man, I ain't mean to do that. Let us know, fam. I'm going to check in over here, see how we doing, because it'll show me over here. And we appreciate y'all patience and y'all being here. Why was a woman put in situation? Right. Now, no, do y'all remember something I said? Family, did I call it or did I call it? I said once they get through using white males to bash us, they was going to find a female to come up. Didn't I say that? And then they're going to find some other, most likely a black person or some person of color, to come up to validate them too. They using him as the crash dummy. Didn't I say it? Did I call it that? Didn't I call it? And I'm not saying everything she said was negative, but she wasn't pushing, she wasn't really pushing back on it. She was kind of agreeing with a lot of stuff. All right, fam. Oh, now, okay. Now y'all talking. Now I start moving stuff, y'all talking. I guess y'all sitting back listening. Now J. Oliver says, HQ is back in the house. Family. HQ, my family, y'all, let me tell you, I love y'all. Let me get you up here, HQ. We gonna do this thing right. Oh,
Sorry.
That's you, man. You was on with our brother Kimball, big time Kimball there, Dwayne Kimball. You have to eat, man, and you got a family, you got a life.
Oh, everybody's out right now, so I just had to take the dogs out and whatnot.
Oh, okay, yeah. So, brother, I brought up an interesting point that Doug Collins, when he had his interview with Sean Ryan, the former Navy SEAL, the former CIA contractor, you know, current owner of this big business, and I ain't hate nobody having it. Now, he said something about that you got to understand military culture starts up here, and what comes out on the other end, that's veterans.
Yeah. I was watching. I was just outside on my phone, but yeah, I followed the whole thing. Yeah.
What you think about that?
I I don't know with that. That it just seems like a very weird way to talk about it. Like from the secretary's point of view, like I found that to be very confusing. Like culture, I mean, yeah, culture doesn't pop up, right?
No.
So if you have a culture in the VA claims process system where they're doing it quick and they're not doing it accurate, that's a culture, right? Like if you have it to where like it feels to me like they're not talking about the exact same thing, but they're trying, like Lieutenant Gade is trying to create a culture that doesn't exist.
Yes. Now, sister has a very interesting question, Betty Bob, and I'm gonna get back to you, Jay Oliver. Why was a woman put in this situation? Because he kind of said something about MST trauma and all that. But you can get over it. You can be healed.
Do you know what I found to be quite interesting about what his statement is right here that you've kind of stopped on? Is he talks about the female in his book, and he brings up this like straw man argument type situation and she says she can't work. Why can't she work? You know what I'm talking about? Where he's given the example in his book where there's a female service member or veteran who said, man, if I just would have still kept working, I would have had my so-and-so. That there's nothing saying she can't work. Oh, sorry.
Nothing saying she can't work. That's why when he say this stuff, he always it was some old guy. He always have these people that talking about, I've been fighting for my disability. This was when he did with Sib Div and Veteran Info Tab. Oh, I've been fighting for my disability for years and since the 60s. And you know what Gade say he told him? I told him, why fight? Just spend time with your grandkids. Don't worry about that. See, when people are set, they feel like he's so comfortable. He haven't had to risk bankruptcy. He ain't been in a situation where they lost their house while they're trying to get their disability. If he has, I don't know. He said he donated blood when he was young. He was poor, donating blood as a lieutenant. I don't know. He said he didn't really get money.
Make good money. Like, what is he doing? Even back then, they made good money. Like, he needs like silver poisoning from the silver spoon that is in his body somewhere. Like, I don't know where it is, but he does. Like, I don't know, but he has these allegories. He has all these stories, right? Like, I mean, I don't find them very persuasive because I just take 2 seconds and I go, okay, why couldn't she work? What was stopping her from working?
Yes.
Her having a disability is not mutually exclusive to where it's you either have the disability and you can't work or you have the disability and you can work. Like he makes these self-satisfying examples that attempt to prove his point, and it drives me absolutely insane because I could do this. I could just make, well, I know this guy, his name's Jim, and he just like every single time he eats a Fruit Loop, he just goes nuts. Like I could just make something up. And
cherry pick, self-fulfilling prophecy.
I don't even know if he's saying it's true. I can't validate this. Who is this lady? Where do we go to figure out who this person is and that their statement was true? Or did he just make it up?
He's a PhD and he is a retired lieutenant colonel, 2 Purple Hearts, bro.
Oh, okay.
Can he be questioned?
That and 2 cents gives you 2 cents. Like I don't. He doesn't get any street cred with me. I'm sorry.
And I think that's what he wants. I think a lot of times there are people like himself that are socially awkward, and a lot of times officers are not the ones. They're not the ones we take orders from most of the time. Like you were saying with the officer over you, he didn't know your job.
Yeah,
he just had to take your word for it. So a lot of times they were being, he didn't know what to do on the tank. He had to learn that. They go to training school at Fort Knox for tanks. That's what we trained to be a tanker at Fort Knox, and they're lieutenants. But they just learning the basic stuff, how to be the commander. They're not actually working with us at the same time. You get me?
Yeah.
So the sergeant have to teach them.
But I also get the fact that Lieutenant Colonel Gade didn't have any kind of class on how should you run the VA disability program correctly, and who gets to have a disability and who doesn't get to have a disability. He was not put on this earth to make that decision.
But what he does, he fall behind his titles. What
Oh,
title
yeah.
he fall? Oh, I was head. What state? I forget what it was. I was the head of the VA disability over here. So and Lord knows what he did there. Now,
Oh, yeah.
go ahead. Jay Oliver
No, I-
said some people should not be the ones put forward to describe an institute of development, training, and vocation. Okay. Now listen to what Charles say. No, Glade and Collins is proposing ordinary grunts are tools, government tools, not humans. And what do you do with tools when you get through with them? If you can't use them anymore, you discard them. All right. Now, I'm just, the analogy is just maybe they didn't intend it that way, but when you get through with a tool, they become obsolete or they become non-usable. Now listen what 66. I don't trust Dougie either. And then I'm gonna finish these last. I'm gonna let you talk. Charleston say elite rules over common peasant enlisted. Wow. Then JR had something. Second Purple Heart was due. Hold on. Oh, I'm about to talk about he had a brain transplant. Oh, well, he said Second Purple Heart was due to his transport vehicle being hit during his evacuation. Oh, okay. He was being evacuated. Now, brother, what you got to say on this?
I mean, I don't understand the validity of his position, right? Like he's just coming through and he's a t-shirt veteran. He wears it when he wants to. He's not actually like somebody that cares about the veteran community. He doesn't advocate. He's not at soup kitchens. He's not trying to see who are the most disenfranchised to the group. He's not trying to support veterans. Like trying to, put lipstick on the pig is not going to work in this sense. Okay. We're never going. Well, we're never going to get him to say stuff. I got to stop trying to swear. He's not going to say stuff that makes any sense. He's just following his belief. I don't know.
I mean, cut you. I'm sorry. Why is he wagging his finger at us? And he don't really have nothing to say that's coherent.
He can't prove it.
Why? What was it that made you go on your mini rant today? What was he said that set you off? You've heard him before, but what was it about this interview that said, you know what?
It was literally the point in time when, and I mean, if you want to play it, I'll sit back and we can just comment on it as we go. But yeah, that's probably the best way to do it so we can get through.
Okay, let's get through it. Come on, fam. We're going to do as much as we can. Let's get here. Whew. Here we go. If you see something, just start talking and I'll stop it.
Right.
And so, when you think about that, the system that is out there does a very good job of convincing people to be their sickest selves, to look at their, fallen arches on their feet and their tinnitus and their sleep apnea and all this nonsense as like disabling. That what happens is
you can stop
a lot
right
of people
there.
lose themselves in that.
You can stop right there.
That's what I mean.
Oh my God.
Sickest self. Your silkiest.
No. It's that fire truck condescending air quote disabled nonsense. This man right here, and this is what sets me off. He has no business putting a Band-Aid on a child, let alone discerning what is or is not a disability. He has a PhD that isn't worth anything. If he came along a car accident, the people are going to die, okay? Because he doesn't know anything about anything. He is useless, okay? Like when it comes to this. And I'm sorry, but this is what gets me going. When he air quotes disabilities, he don't know nothing. He don't know nothing at all. He has no opinion on the matter because he can't have an opinion on the matter. And I might sound like an elitist here, guys, and I do apologize about this. But I've been in the medical field. I've been in the mental health field. Like, this man is the most insulting person to give a microphone to, because he spews things from a position, from this ivory tower nonsense, where he believes that he is the ultimate authority on the topic. When your neighbor has probably more informed opinion about the topic than he does.
Now, listen, Betty Bob say exactly 100%. Gabe is a bald-faced liar. They're agreeing with you on that. Hold on, we gonna get, because I want to hear you talk about it, brother. Hold on, let me get what we hear, and then I'm pulling you back up, because we want your comment and reaction on this, because I got questions. Jay Oliver say 10-second rant. Woohoo! He did more than 10 seconds. My brother went in on him today. He say, there's none. He claimed to be so educated, yet his arguments have no real fact behind them. He clearly has made no effort to educate himself on the subject. Show he really doesn't care about all veterans. Let me ask you this here. What veterans do you think he care about, brother?
I don't think he cares about any veterans.
Not even combat veterans.
No, I think a person that won't even stand whenever it's time to recognize veterans. You don't have to stand for yourself, but you can stand for others, right? Like, you can honor other people. You could be a good person. You could be a good Christian person, because I think he claims to be a Christian, which is the weirdest self-hating thing I've ever heard in my entire life.
Does he show? He say he a Christian, but then he say he quotes the Bible, but then he goes into this this dehumanizing people.
Yeah, he'd probably find Jesus on the cross and say, you know what, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. I mean, he would. I mean, this man astounds me at every turn. It is like watching a car accident when he speaks at every single second, because I'm just mortified and also intrigued at the exact same time that he can, with this much confidence, say these things. But
I'm not laughing at you. I had a friend in the military. He was like you, and he just, when he spoke his mind, I couldn't do nothing but listen. I'm laughing because you're telling the truth. I just sense you very articulate, but I sense you from the South because of the way you express yourself. It seems like you're a Southern. I don't know. I ain't gonna, don't get into it. I'm just saying, it's just, you're just straight with it. But I know people from different areas, rural areas, do that too. Charles say, Coasty, 100% officers are pure, especially West Point and Indianapolis, with a Naval Academy, huh? I like rants, Raider rants. Yeah, we love your rants. I know you don't like doing it. Now listen to what Betty Bob say. Raider HQ, you said everything I've been wanting to say. Gabe cares about himself. Take. Gabe quotes the Bible so long.
Yeah. So long as it meets his narrative. So long as it meets his definition of it.
Whoa. Now let's go on some more. Now just tell me when to stop it, or if I see something I want, I'll stop it. Here we go. They don't have but like 10 likes on it, and it's been there 2 weeks.
To, introduce themselves as disabled veterans and think of themselves as disabled veterans and
You see how he keep putting his head forward like he's sassy. Think of themselves as a disabled veteran. But just keep moving toward the camera. Do you see him doing that? He been waiting to let this off for a long time. Because if he'd have did it in somebody's face in the military or out the military, they probably would have socked him. So now he has, and you will find now that his videos, where you couldn't find videos, now you find all kind of videos about him. He's still butthurt because he lost that election. He lost by 400,000 votes. He was
the Lord works in mysterious ways.
How do you lose by 400,000? He was equal, but when the mail-in ballots came in, 400,000 people say no, not for this guy.
Yeah, I don't know.
And disabled parking spaces when they don't need them, and on, and it's like,
what about disabled parking spaces? I don't understand what he's talking about. When we don't need them. He policing our personal life.
No, like he makes Sorry, my dogs are being weird.
No,
He
it's
does
okay
these
for-
things where like if I'm sitting down at the dinner table, right? Like how many times am I going, oh, those parking pass people, those disabled parking people that don't need it? Like how many times have you ever said that? How many times have you ever thought about that? Like,
Yeah.
what does that even mean? Like those.
Do you
people with the
consider
park-
that when you rating? I'll be cut you.
No.
Y'all cutting- Oh,
Like
well,
no,
they
no
gonna
way
be-
on earth.
because the doctor the one decides that. I don't know
Yeah.
what you meant by this. Jay Oliver. He said Gate is a go behind bread dipper.
I don't know what that means, but it does not sound good.
So
I don't know.
that sounds good. I don't want to touch that. Now listen,
Yeah, I don't elaborate. I don't even want to Google it. My
66 neither. 66 say I never introduced myself as a disabled veteran. Has anybody in here ever introduced themselves as a disabled veteran?
No.
Anybody?
Okay, like only in this man's fantasy land, like in the delusion that is Lieutenant Gade, like Lieutenant Dan's delusion of what happens in the average veteran community. You know, like he's like, Buffy, look out! The peasants are coming again. They're getting their parking passes. Buffy, watch out! You know, like he doesn't. He's just so dissociated with reality. It is alarming. I will let you keep going here.
Now he say, Betty say, Radio HQ exactly 100%. Yes, thank you so much. That is exactly what I mean. If you want to, please go and watch the full video and go to this channel, because I'm telling you, I was just laughing and bawling. And then when our brother Kimball came in, Dwayne Kimball, they was chopping it up too. Now, Jay Oliver says, Judas. And then 66 say, hi, I'm a disabled veteran. That don't even...
I'm a disabled veteran and I have sleep apnea. I got the sleep apnea. I can't work. Like, God, what? Who? No, I just.
Oh, you about to hear his challenge. He has the 10 people challenge. Have you heard that one?
What is this doing to our society? And what it's doing to our society is over
He
the
doesn't even
years
know.
we've seen this. That the societal view of veterans has shifted dramatically from the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, when people would say, like, veterans are honorable and veterans are hardworking and veterans are reliable.
This guy is tone deaf and out of touch because the Vietnam veterans, many of them were mistreated, called baby unalivers. They were spit on. So I don't know what this guy's talking about, that they were honorable, but our service, because we served in the 90s and 2000s, was dishonorable.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Like, I applaud his dealer, whoever is giving him those things. That is premium stuff, my friend. Because what is he talking about? Like, who's not saying that we're honorable? Like, what are you? Did veterans at that time not have disabilities? Did they not get VA disability? What makes so honestly, like let
me mute my mic. I'm gonna mute my mic. Go ahead. I don't mean to laugh. Sorry. Go ahead.
He is this guy is the best thing ever to make fun of, because he says things and he thinks that he's like, I'm dropping the mic, guys. Boom. Look at that right there. Look at in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. Let's see, like, those were the good veterans. Okay, how many of them were on disability? How many of them were or were not working?
A lot
on
of
disability.
Them
yeah. So what are we talking about here? Yeah.
A lot of them disabled. And do you think he think that he's triggering us? Do you think he's trying to get a visceral reaction out of us?
No. Do I think he's baiting the community as a whole?
Yes.
No, I don't. I think he honestly believes this. Like, I think no, you can't. Like, if he was trying to be disingenuous, like on purpose to troll people, then he would at least have some consistency with his arguments. He honestly does not see the logical issues with the statements that he makes. He can't be that thick. Can he be that thick? Yes. Entitlement can be so monstrous that he can be this entitled to where he cherry picks his facts, he cherry picks his truth, and he's so blind to his own inconsistencies and incongruent statements that he just believes the belief. It's insane.
If he was my dad, I'd be trying to run away
I'd change my
in
last
his living
name.
room. Would you change your
Yeah.
last name?
I would change my
Man,
last name. I would. There were things I would do. Yeah, I would emancipate myself. I would do things like I don't care. Like just because and there are some people that are like this. Look, mental illness, guys, is serious. It is a
Yeah.
true thing. Like I know we joke and stuff like that, but there are some people that are delusional about things, and we're borderline on this being a delusion. Like
Yeah,
he doesn't see reality.
and it's sad. Maybe he needs some hospitalization or treatment because he might be out there, he wilding out real bad. 66 say, been on the job I have for 25 years. And whenever they say, like Sib Dib say, most veterans work.
Yeah,
He didn't
that's
have an
true.
answer for that. He had no answer for that.
And it doesn't bother him. And that's the part where I'm kind of saying that this is more an internal thing than it is a belief thing, than it is a factual representation of I'm trying to solve a problem. Like that's where we're differing here. He's not actually trying to solve a problem because he'd have an answer for that. He would try for that. He would literally have to account for that, but he doesn't. His belief system is absolute. He believes that people don't have jobs except for him because, if you didn't have the same post-service experience as him, then, well, clearly that's on you, and he once met somebody that didn't have a job, and now all veterans don't have jobs.
Wow.
He's got the object permanence of a baby. He freaks me out. Like
You think he
he
has
should be studied for science at this point. He should be studied for literal science. Okay, because of how just weird this guy is.
so you think it's a lot of internal conflict. Now look, he say 66 say Ben. Oh, I said that. I mean Charleston. Charles say they always ask, do you hear voices? Gay said he hears God told him.
He
Oh,
hears
Lord.
something because he's not getting his facts from reality, right? He's no citable sources, no credible reports, no nothing. He's pulling it out of his fourth point of contact at all times. Okay.
And look,
At all times.
and he looked like he's a believer. Look at his face. He's into this.
I won't make fun of him because of how he looks in this one still image. I mean, he does things that I can make fun of all day long. Like the things that he says, I can make fun of. I'm not going to tear him down for how he looks or whatnot. He's okay.
All right, let's
And
go.
now the narrative is veterans are disabled, veterans are mentally ill, veterans are broken, and that's our fault as veterans that we have
Okay.
allowed that to
Stop
go
this
on,
video,
and it's individual little droplets that
Okay.
make a.
Is it our fault? He says our fault that we allowed this to go on. What did we allow to go on?
I'd like to break this down and just fault dictates that there's a more moral issue here, right? Like he believes that there is a moral issue here. You can
He's a
tell
moralist.
evidenced by the fact that he believes that people are now mentally ill. Well, okay, that's also science, right? Beforehand, it was shell shock. Beforehand,
It was
science has
soldier
improved.
hard. It was soldier hard back in the
Yeah,
day.
yeah. So this is something that has evolved over time and went from being a wives' tale to an actual this is an actual disability, and he's just throwing the science to the wind, and he doesn't care about this. Are you going through hard times? Go get a job. I've never seen that is the most condescending thing. Like you got a job, get two jobs. Like what the is wrong with this guy?
Speak
Like,
freely
seriously,
here,
I
bro.
wanna
Speak
know-
free.
I want to know what meds he either needs or is not taking. This is just
He sounds like he's taken fundamentalist religion and he's
Yeah.
trying to apply it to veteran benefits. That
Yeah.
literally, if you say pick up snakes and they'll bite you and you won't pass away, he seems like he drunk the Kool-Aid, man. We told him when he got over there. Go ahead.
he also doesn't seem to understand. Like if you were to look back and just sit back and take in the situation and look at it. In the 1950s and 60s, do we have the internet? No.
No.
Okay, so communication about the general overall well-being of veterans as a community and as a demographic was not widespreadly known. So yes, you would not have the same dissemination of disabilities as you do now in the internet, post-internet world. He
Oh,
doesn't
boy.
understand. He takes his little statement and he generalizes across the board without actually factoring in how the world has become a smaller place because of the internet.
You don't want to hear the next section because it's going to trigger you because they cover this topic. Now, 66 say,
okay, hold on.
all right,
Keep going. Yes.
I see a couple of officers getting embarrassed because wifey got with an enlisted man. Maybe that's why he's a big man. He said his wife was like almost like they met they long distance relationship. You know how those go.
Well, look, him being an officer and this person on the thing being an officer, I'm not going to tear down all officers because I
No.
can make a logical statement saying that the statements made by these two individuals are exclusive to them and should not be generalized to all officers.
But he can't do that.
But he can't do that. And that's a problem. Like that's a mental problem right there. Like he
We-
cannot do it.
Crimson Alumni 4 is an officer in here, and we love him to death, you know, not to death, to life. Now, listen, Charleston say 66 in the Navy, we enlisted, we gave officers' wives attention because hubby treated them badly. This man
Wow.
out of control. Charleston, time out, Charleston.
Shots fired.
Yeah, Charleston. What they call it in the you going
Jody.
to the now when you go
I
to
don't know.
jail on the ship.
The brig?
The brig, is it the brig over there?
I think it's
Now,
the brig.
66 say, how many vets from other eras suffer through life, all because showing you needed help was stigmatized a lot. I have family members that did that. I got a cousin that
Yeah.
passed away, Vietnam veteran, wasn't supposed to pass away in the 80s from Agent Orange, but he did. And I didn't understand because I was born in 68. He came home I was a baby. He would take me and buy clothes, take me to the park. So he had a brand new car, and he was always a positive person in my life. But I couldn't understand as time went on, he started to deteriorate. We'd be at family reunions. He start crying and say, you know what? I feel like I'm distant from y'all. He said, y'all not treating me different. He wasn't talking about me, but the family in general. He said, I don't feel a connection. It's like y'all are moving without me.
Yeah.
I say, man.
And
Go ahead.
Lieutenant Dan is happy that, your family member should suffer in silence without being paid for it. Like that's Lieutenant Dan's final answer is, you know what? Those people suffered without money, so you should suffer without money. And it's like, no, they should be compensated for that. Like,
Yeah.
there's a you break it, you buy it clause in the VA. And he'll even admit it. He admits it in this video. Look, I know that there's a legal obligation, but there's a moral issue with it.
Oh, man.
You can take that morality nonsense because you don't understand. This is the only man on the planet that does not know the definition of moral, immoral, and immorality. And he can shove that so far up his fourth point of contact that he could taste it for me, for my personal thing. And I apologize on your
No, you
thing.
ain't got to apologize. Whatever language you want to use. We passed the first 15 minutes. You
Okay.
good with me. Listen, we
They make
passed.
a really pretty intense rainstorm that's destroying people's lives, frankly.
Well, it
was
wasn't always
it.
this way. There have been
They're about to get into it.
Mhm. I'm just going to make offhanded comments throughout this, so just keep going. Yeah.
numerous attempts to try to revise or reform the VA disability system. But for one, there's a couple things that we didn't have. Number one, there wasn't the internet out there for many, many years for these previous veterans to learn, or as you say, game the system that we can do now. There wasn't all these, what they call the claim sharks. There wasn't these businesses. So, because when we look statistically, the majority of Vietnam era veterans do not claim disability. I think it's a very, very, and I would be curious at what those statistics are, but they're very small.
Now, that's kind of a misnomer because there are less Vietnam veterans. More of them started claiming in the 2000s because they kind of started coming to these therapy groups and stuff when I was at the VA, and they brought us in too. You know what I'm saying? So they kind of set the path. So what's your opinion on that?
So, I mean, she wants to say that the number is statistically low. Well, I don't necessarily disagree with her. I don't know what her statistics are, but I can offer kind of an explanation for that. If you are treated like absolute garbage by the federal government after you get back, do you want to trust them? I mean, like, that's the stigma associated with Vietnam. See, I've worked with Vietnam veterans in a clinical capacity, and it is trying to convince them that I'm not trying to screw them over. I'm not trying to make them feel bad about what they did over there. Right? Like that's the kind of hurdles. Like that's culture. Like when we come back to those statements that were made about you can't just create a culture, you know, a culture has to be created over time. Well, that's the culture created over time for the Vietnam veteran. Lieutenant Dan here wants that culture for everyone. He wants everyone to be treated like crap. You're not special. Nobody's saying we're special. We're just saying we're different because we raised our right hand.
And both of them say that both of their dads are Vietnam veterans.
Well, you know what? It must be real crappy for him at family reunions because, hey, Dad, you're just fat and you got fucking hypertension, you fatty. Like, what is his problem? He must hate his dad. This must come back from his dad.
You say daddy issues?
This might be daddy issues. Like if his dad, like I don't know this for a fact, but if his dad was, you know, actually a Vietnam veteran.
No, he said it was.
Well, how much disrespect do you have to have for your own father to label him as a fat veteran?
Old fat man.
Old fat man. Like, good Lord, man. Just
Charleston say PTSD wasn't listed until 1980. So how could you claim
shell shock?
And back then, go ahead, brother.
No, it's fine. You're
back then. Richard Pryor did a movie, Some Kind of Hero, and when he was a prisoner of war, and his friend got sick, and so they wanted him to sign that paper, saying he shouldn't be there to save his friend. So when he got out, they wouldn't let him get no VA disability because of the fact that he had signed that paper saying that, you know, he renounced the United States, what we doing in the war over there. So, you know, it was really a rough time, but his friend ended up passing away anyway over there. Now, what'd you say? 66 say they were pretty abandoned by the government when they came home. Why didn't his father or her father tell them that? I'm confused. They both Vietnam vets.
I don't want to make, unlike Lieutenant Dan, I don't want to make an unsubstantiated assessment on this. I don't know what happened, but I find it telling the fact that his parent was in Vietnam and he has such disdain for Vietnam veterans and veterans in general.
That's wild. And he's a veteran.
And then
I've never heard of a self-loathing person in my entire life.
No, me
into this. It's really the people like the GWAT veteran era who are.
I can't stand nobody calling me no GWAT. I don't know. Maybe that's, you know, y'all may have a problem. That's talking about Gulf War, Afghanistan, I guess. I had never heard that before. I don't know. Is that a common term? Should I get used to it or something?
It is a common term, but it's not one that's utilized very often. Like it can be from 1991 on. So
it includes me too.
Yeah, you're the first Gulf War. Yeah. Like
okay. Yeah.
You are that. So I am that. Like everybody, it's an era. So it has to do with time periods. You got the Vietnam, you got the Korean era, you got the World War II era, you got the Persian, the GWAT era.
I can live with that. I'm sorry. I see what they're doing. I thought it was like a slur or something. I'm sorry.
No, it is a slur. Okay, so what it is a slur for is people between like 1974, 75, and 1990. Those people, those veterans, that demographic of people, typically, you're a peacetime veteran. And that is the worst thing. Like that is the biggest slur you can use is calling somebody a peacetime veteran.
You know,
It's-
I used to hear him say some of them insulting some of the veterans. Oh, you
Yeah.
got stateside PTSD. You know, I find that to be very insulting. Yeah, I mean, people, wow, I've heard all kind of stuff. Now, number 66 say the one that may have, hold on, the ones that may have had good connections by family status probably didn't get stunned.
Shunned. Yeah.
Didn't get shunned when they came back. Okay, so if they were
Yeah.
of an upper social class, didn't get
Yeah.
upset by it, H-Town. Okay. All right, whatever I said, say Cold War veterans. Yeah, now let's go on.
Are the majority of the people now who are claiming benefits. And of course, there's arguments on the other side that say, well, those were the ones that were in the war. But as we both know, the majority of people who serve don't see what I would call direct combat, and there's many ways to define direct combat, but they're not urban street fighting,
Right.
patrolling, going on patrols, engaging with the enemy. That's not the typical veteran.
Can I be honest with y'all? I was in a tank. I'm a combat veteran, but most of my interaction wasn't directly on the ground. We didn't do no hand-to-hand combat. I'm not going to say what happened. There were certain things that happened with machine guns, but listen, I wasn't an infantry soldier, so am I really a combat veteran?
Look, I don't understand what the fuck is escaping this woman's mouth, because it's like they both want you to get your musket, sir, and just go stand in formation and fire at the enemy. And fire at the enemy. Now reload with your musket. Like,
yeah,
where the hell does it say? And I'm probably going to swear more and more, so I apologize.
Go ahead, brother. We talking. Go ahead.
Where the fuck does it say you got to be a combat veteran to be anything?
Nowhere.
Nowhere. Not one goddamn place does it say it. And I apologize. I'm sorry. Oh, that's going in the swear jar. That one actually, I mean that one. I mean,
they
that one.
even you look. It all requires you can be an honorable discharge veteran or general under honorable conditions, and I'm sure they have a few more options. So combat veteran is not a requirement from what I know.
No, it's not. It's not a requirement for anything. I mean, maybe PTSD, combat related stressor, but there is literally no combat related anything. And here's what it is. We're trying to make a social class system within the veteran community. That's what these two want. They want there to be a social class. So if you're you had to be a combat veteran, but then again, you aren't the same as a National Guard combat man, or you're not the same as a reservist combat person. No. Those people are below you. We need a hierarchy so we can feel good about ourselves, so we can be better than other people.
Are you saying this, my brother? Is that what you're saying? Hold on. Oh man, it didn't come like, boy, I can't stand when that happens.
It's fine.
Yeah, hold on.
Watch
That's what you're saying. Look how they ranking veterans.
Oh,
I did this video 8 months ago, family. I saw this coming where they're ranking veterans, special forces, combat veterans, military officers, female veterans, non-combat veterans. Can you believe this? And they fulfilling what I said. I felt this coming. I don't know where. I ain't saying I'm some genius, but go back and look. I did this when I saw that video with Sean Ryan, and I'm not saying he was being very arrogant or nothing other than he talking about they should just give me my benefits. I didn't see him rat on other veterans really, but I had a sense then in that interview with Doug Collins that was a problem. Now let's see. Say this is what 66 say. Everyone that deploys didn't see one bullet flying. Did not see one flying bullet. True. Yeah. Charleston say I am a cold feet Navy veteran. They say cold feet.
But see, this is not like, this is too generic. Your definition is too generic. So they want special forces. Okay, did you see combat special forces? Okay, so if you see combat special forces, then you are the tippy top. If you didn't see, then combat veterans are equal to special forces that didn't see combat. Like they have this thing, they have this fantasy in their brain, like of where we look. Not all veterans can be equal. Equality is bad. because
Why
that's
not?
well, because we've got somebody has to be better than somebody else. It's the same. Officers are better than enlisted. An O2 is better than an O1. You know, like they have to have this better than. You have to be better. Not everybody can get this.
Everybody
just-
has a role.
But it tears them up.
I
Because-
see that. You getting
Yeah.
to it. You are getting to it.
Because they need to feel special. And not
Oh,
everybody
God.
can be special. If everybody's special, then nobody's special. And they want to be special. No matter what he says, he wants to be special. And he feels like that the rest of the pogues and the rest of the everybody else, that they dilute his specialness. He is the Grinch that stole benefits. He cannot ever be happy unless it's only him and his ilk that have it. In my opinion, this is just my opinion.
I
I'm no
ask you the
fortune teller.
question, Lieutenant Dan. Must you always be the center of attention? Did Daddy not love you? I just asked you the question.
Look. I mean, the way he talks about Vietnam veterans, and if it's true that his father was a Vietnam veteran, there has to be something there. I mean, I'm not throwing a stone at that. I'm just saying, like, he does not like Vietnam veterans.
No, he
At
doesn't.
least how he talks. Like, he could disagree with me and say, I love Vietnam veterans. Okay, then stop talking crap. Like, you can't, like how he says that he loves, like, I care about veterans. The hell you spent 2 hours talking nonsense shit about veterans.
In the next
but I
out
like
of
them.
his mouth.
Yeah.
I care about veterans, blah, blah, blah. What's the name says, 668, a veteran is a veteran deployed or not, of course, because everybody's needed for their mission. 66 made my mind went bonkers when I experienced my first alert at 19. Listen, the alert tripped me out. I'm gonna tell you something. I tell them that in my first, we wasn't engaging the enemy. We were just support for Charlie Company, who was engaging the enemy. But that first time I froze. So what if I got taken out right then? Would that have meant I was a coward for the rest of, I won't be remembered. I was just a young guy. I can't say I was scared. I was just in shock that all this stuff was burning around me. I had never saw nothing like that. And I'm from the hood. I ain't never seen metal melt like butter. And I found go ahead.
No, you go ahead. Like you tell it. I mean,
See, so should I be a coward because I froze? Because something could have happened to me then? Because I supposed to been kind of looking at the air, make sure everything all right. But I stuck my head outside the tank. I wasn't supposed to stay in. I looked out and like it was 3 feet from me, and I heard all these rounds popping until they told me to get my head back in the tank. So he would judge me. He would judge me based on that. I just don't like that because everybody that's in combat don't always do the right thing. Sometimes the combat veteran will freeze up too. Sometimes, so they don't talk about the full truth, and we make mistakes over there. We make a lot of mistakes, bro, because you don't have but seconds to respond. Now, what's the name says, LT, this is Charleston, LT, Colonel Gade has daddy issues. He's got to better than parents. Okay, you got to be better than parents. Okay, now Coasty say his dad must be proud of him.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't think his dad, I don't know. I don't want to speak about anybody's dad or anything like that, but I mean, I just find it interesting how negatively he talks about Vietnam veterans, and if his father truly, in fact, is a Vietnam veteran, that psychologically says a lot.
Yes, it does.
But I'll tell you this. Do you want to know, you want to boil this down to its most basic thing?
Yes, sir.
If you have unified veterans, they stand together. It's
Yes.
hard to change things. It's hard to take things against them. If you support this, hey, look, let's chop up the veteran community into different social classes, and then everybody's at each other's throats, and I'm better than you, and you're better than me, and then all this other stuff, right? It's easier to take things away because you can justify, hey, look, you bottom 2/3 of the veteran community don't get to have things. Well, the top 1/3 will agree with that. If you start dividing up and making this, like, he wants to create a culture where they're the haves, the have-nots. He wants to make social classes. This thing right here, except a little bit more nuanced, he wants to make a boys' club. He wants to make it to where, you know, there's an officers club and you're in the officers club. If you're not an officer, then you're not in an officers club.
Oh,
He wants to
God.
do all this stuff. Like, this is how he has to chisel away at our unity. That's why I don't have the mental energy to try to track what it is that he believes should or should not be a veteran. I
Yeah.
mean, I would have a literal stroke trying to track and, like,
Yes, sir.
I'd probably hang myself on the yarn. You know, if you have
Don't do it, don't
corkboard and
do it.
yarn. No, have you ever seen those conspiracy theorists that have corkboard and yarn and then they
Yes.
kind of run the yarn? Yeah, that's trying to track his logic is like having one of those things. And I just get wrapped up in it. You
Yeah,
find
get
me days
wrapped up.
later.
Yeah, that'll be the end. We want you here. Now listen, because if you had to sit in the room with him, man, if I was on the ship, I'd probably hop off of it. I couldn't deal with that guy. I just couldn't deal.
Look, I could deal with him on a personal human level. I would tell him to shut his face every time he said something, but I could deal with him. Like, I don't hate him. And this is
Yeah.
one of the things that he had said is he was receiving death threats. That is wrong. I will
Yeah, that's
condemn
wrong.
that every single day of the week. He is not that important to deserve a death threat. Okay.
God, dog.
He is not. The things he says are horrible. But you know what? There are people out there that say horrible things all the time. First Amendment, I believe in it. I respect his right to be wrong and will defend it with my life.
Is it
Right.
more egregious coming from a veteran?
No, it's more egregious that he pretends like this is true. And people support it and it's propped up. Like, it's so propped up that it's not even a good faith effort. People can see through it. That's what's the disingenuous thing. That's the thing that shame on him for saying this. Now, I do agree with him with the whole, like, should veteran transition, you know, from service to veteran be better? Should they help with jobs? Yes, I agree with Lieutenant Colonel Gade on that topic. But once he says anything beyond that topic, he is so full of shit, his eyes are brown.
Well, I'll challenge you. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do the Lieutenant Dan challenge. Find at least 3 things that he says that you agree with. Now, Charleston say Gade ID is messed up. Sailors have been told worse. Oh, you ain't been told worse till you hear it in a minute here. You about to hear some more, Sailor. He about to say it. There was this is 6-6. There was a training incident when I was in Germany. A Abrams, they call it M1A1 Abram, fired on a Bradley during a night fire exercise. What young kid wouldn't be traumatized by that? It don't matter whether it happened in combat or not. That is a tank round.
Oh yeah, like even a near, like that would be scary. Yeah.
As a raider, have it ever been an issue where people try to wait? Have they ever put pressure on you to say, hey, show more lenient toward the special forces, show more leniency toward officers? He's a colonel, he's a general. Show more leniency toward combat veterans.
I have had entitled officers tell me exactly what I'm going to do, which makes me giggle a little bit. You know, they're like, you will do this and you will do that. And I'm like, I don't have any time for that. Right. Like, I don't have time for that. Like, sure. And they can think that if they got a positive outcome, they can think it's because they told it to me. I mean, I will, it's like entertaining a child. Sure. Pat you on the head and send you on your way. Like, it's the evidence that gets you across the finish line. If the evidence is there, we grant. If the evidence isn't there, we don't grant. I mean, that's the fundamentals of the job. Like, anything beyond that is like, it's his fantasy in his brain, but it's not the reality. So
yes. Now, Betty Bob say, who had the nerve? I say, who had the time to want to bother to send Gade a D threat?
Death. Yeah. I don't know. He says that in this video, though, that he has received death threats, which I can kind of maybe understand that, because those are the individuals that he wants to go into the workforce. Like, those are the severely mentally ill individuals that sending death threats is logical for them. So he wants them to go into the job force and just
Are you saying he playing with fire? You saying?
I mean, he is seeing the consequences of his own actions. Like, you know, I don't know, but I definitely condemn it. I don't believe it. Like, I think that it's wrong, and you know, people should knock it off. And if you're not severely mentally ill and you're sending death threats, then you're wrong.
Because that man got a family, and he might have some serious issues. It seemed himself. Now, we had classes in the Air Force for a while until leadership got us straight. They issued honor guard berets for ceremony. We frown because security forces earned them TACP, CC, PJs, and LE. Now, we're going to get back to the video, family. So let us get to it, and we're gonna hit some more. We'll get to y'all comments in a little bit. I mean, because we want to, it's some stuff we want to get as much as we can. We can do a little bit here.
I would argue that's probably a small percentage of people that have experienced what you've experienced. Would you say that's correct?
Yeah. Not only, I mean, my experience was just completely off the charts.
He said his experience was completely off the charts. He's bragging about. Yes, he's bragging about combat. My experience, he just listen to what he said.
What does his experience have to do with anything?
It's better than ours.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. I mean, I'll hear
We
it.
both know the majority of people who serve don't see what I would call direct combat, and there's many ways to define direct combat, but they're not urban street fighting,
right.
patrolling, but going on patrols, engaging with the enemy. That's not the typical veteran. I would argue that's probably a small percentage of people that have experienced what you've experienced. Would you say that's correct?
Yeah. Not only, I mean, my experience was just completely off the charts.
Of course it was.
But, about 8% of people who deploy.
Hold on. Number one,
Hold on, guys. Let's give him a hand. Lieutenant Gade, man. True hero, survivor. I mean, oh my God, God bless. Like, oh man, he's just so, like, we've got to stroke the ego at this point in time.
Why we gotta brag about who got the biggest and the baddest gun?
Yeah, my boo-boo is worse than your boo-boo. And I don't understand it.
He says off the charts.
It's off the charts, guys. I mean, it's just the worst experience ever, and I will fight anyone in the parking lot that says otherwise. Like,
if you had to talk to him, you know how sometimes y'all talk to the veteran getting a disability, and you say, well, what are you saying your injuries are? He say, my combat was just completely off the charts.
It was off the charts. Yeah, no, it was off the charts. And I'll be honest with you. I mean, I'm at the point where I would rather pass a solid kidney stone than talk to Lieutenant Gade in any meaningful capacity. Like, it is so mentally exhausting to just listen to the self-entitlement. Like, he's trying to rewrite history to where this thing of the 50s, 60s, and 70s, and whatnot. And I don't know what to do with any of this. Like, he just wants his bourbon. He wants to go back to a time when women couldn't vote and whatever. Like, he literally wants to be special. And look, I wish somebody would have hugged him as a child or something.
If you look at the screen, this is his evidence that his conditions, his combat experiences is completely off the chart. So you must give him 100%. Now listen, 66 say Lieutenant Colonel Dan, the tool Gade, and boy, let me see.
Lieutenant Colonel Gade, the Grinch that stole benefits.
Yes, our leader, listen what Jay Oliver say. Our leaders said we all were doing a mission and were all equal and to understand it. Yes, indeed. Charleston say, in 2000, had a civilian doctor ask me what war was the Navy, has the Navy won since World War II? That's real insensitive. Now, Betty Bops, we needed them in Desert Storm. They were giving us air support. Without it, we couldn't even move forward. We were pinned down. So did he know about that? We had Navy embedded and Air Force
Oh.
because they didn't trust the Army because they'll have given them coordinates to be right on top of us. Betty Bob say 20 watching and 19 likes. Thank y'all, family. Gabe reminds and looks like my old E6, the type to throw his squad under the bus. I wonder, that's why I want to ask, what kind of leader you think he was thinking like this? Go beyond, and
I don't know.
what by the book states thinks he in the macho but fail buds. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't like what he used to do is irrelevant. What happened to him is irrelevant. Like, he was not, like, his claim to fame right now has nothing to do with what he was. Right? He's not anybody special in any way, shape, or form. The only
But
thing
he's-
that makes him special is how dangerous he is trying to take away people's benefits based upon his belief system. That's what makes him special.
Yeah, because he said we shouldn't live in our disability, but he living in his military service.
Oh, yeah.
Sonny, thank you. Isn't that interesting? That you just
Yeah.
pointed something out. Sonny, thank you for joining us. Everybody showing love to Sonny. Now we getting back to this because he's going to go in on the Navy too.
I don't doubt it. This man is just like, he is the kind of person that would shoot holes in his own boat. Like, he is that level of intelligence.
Wow.
Like, no, seriously. Like, whenever I say that he is like he should be studied for science, I mean it. Like, I mean it. Like, he makes no logical sense half the time. I can see what he wants to do. He's like, I want to be special, darn it. Like, and I get it. Like, he doesn't have friends or whatever's
But
going
he
on
wrote
with him.
a book and he got a PhD, and
Oh.
no veteran will acknowledge him. Y'all are not acknowledging him.
Yes, the power, the prestige, why do people do anything? Power, prestige, and money, right? He is definitely a prestige guy. He is a prestige guy. That's why he does the things that he does. He wants to be seen as special, and he wants power.
But this is a problem for a lot of them, especially him. He's not getting that respect from us. Do we need to kind of just stroke his ego just a little bit? Maybe he'll
No.
calm down.
No,
You say no.
that would embolden him. No, that would
Mm.
he is a force of nature, and to feed it is bad. That's why I will not play his stuff on my channel, is because I do not want to feed the troll. Now, I think his book was called Wounding Warriors.
Yeah.
What is the irony with that? Where he is like, is that not lost on him? He keeps talking about his book like it's the best thing ever. And I'm like, Wounding Warriors. Wow. So what do you want to do? What do you want to take stuff away from people? That would be Wounding Warriors. I mean, self-fulfilling prophecy at this point.
Yes.
I don't
Now,
understand.
Charlton say, of course, pick on the Navy. 66 says, easy to think that way when your life, social status, financial status is a better than the average veteran. Family, I apologize because sometimes the writing is small depending on how my screen is.
That's okay. He is, and I've said that man can fall down all the stairs, and I mean it. Like, I don't mean that as like a threat or anything like that, but that man could fall down every single stair, and we'd need to make more. Like, there needs to be more stairs.
What's that? Somebody said something one day. Betty Bob say, yeah, him and his invisible pearls. He need to clutch his invisible pearls. I said,
man. This man I'm sorry. He virtue signals so damn hard it makes my Wi-Fi wane in and out. Like a solar flare. Like,
he had the nerve to mock veterans that are multiple amputees, and he's an amputee.
I know. Irony is lost on this man. That's why I think he might have a TBI of some kind, is because the subtle nuance of things escapes him. So he doesn't understand whenever, like, he makes a statement that could easily be turned on him, and it's too easy to make fun of him.
And they shut him down. Seal Dib, what's his name, shut him down. I agree with that.
Clay,
Yeah, Jason and Clay.
Yeah, they both did a good job. I mean, like, there's a reason why, and I told him, I said, look, I don't understand why you're giving this guy any kind of anything, because it's not like he came with the receipts, right? When he came in, he just came talking about this one time at band camp and how he feels a certain way about stuff. He didn't give it the opportunity to actually like prove his point. He proved nothing.
And he turned on them too.
Yeah. And in
He
this
said
one,
something
he
about
proves
them.
nothing.
They just in it for the money. They, they were polite with him. I think they should have drugged him. I knew it wasn't going to end well, but they did get some good information, but they should have checked him. But he was playing nice while he was on there.
Well, it's a good thing that it wasn't in an in-person interview, because it looked like the Veterans Info Tap wanted to just, he wanted to lay hands or let Stan the Rooster get a hold of him or something. I don't know. Like,
because he was leaning toward the camera. I said, whoa,
Yeah.
don't snatch him through. Listen.
I tell you, those hands are made E for everybody.
Did you hear talking about y'all Navy washing your underwear on a ship? He's mocking y'all. Did you hear him?
Are you playing the video or?
Oh, you can't. Oh God. Oh Lord. That's what y'all can't hear. I'm sorry. Let me pull it back up. I'm so sorry. Give me a second.
No.
Oh
It's fine.
Lord. My mind is slipping.
Sorry. It's okay. The man does defy reality, and it makes me go silly.
Here we go.
Really off the charts. But about
this one he said is his condition is off the chart.
A satellite of a whole big slew of other satellite countries where smaller involvement. But let's say, just for the sake of argument, Iraq and Afghanistan, but like 8% or a little less than that of those people experience direct fire combat. Now, I'm not saying you need to get shot at to be a veteran. I'm not saying, there's a whole
Okay, but I am
all the caveats, right? But
I am.
Oh, that's just, I messed that up, didn't I? Give me a second. Sometimes you hit the wrong thing, so they're gonna go to. Give me a second. That's the what you call him, the daughter. Let me get to where he was at. I think we were at 33. Go ahead.
It's like saying, you know what? Hey, I'm not racist because, and then leading into something that is racist. Like the man prefaces things and go, you know what? You don't have to be in combat to be a veteran. Okay, but you have to be in combat to get compensated. So I know what he wishes. There's this thing called Chapter 17. Chapter 17, if you ever heard about it, is when you get like an other than honorable discharge, and you can only get health care for your disabilities. You can't get compensation. I feel like Lieutenant Dan wants every single veteran to be Chapter 17 eligible for health care, but only combat veterans should get money. That's the way, like when we boil it down, I think that's what would make him happy. Like if he could wave a magic wand 6 months from now and have Congress do it, he would give us all health care. We just couldn't get any money for it. And then we'd have to get a job. Like that's what he wishes.
So my question is this here. That's kind of convenient. Why would he do it, that stuff that only benefits himself?
Because he's okay. Because in my opinion, he does not believe, like he has a belief system and he believes special is only him and above.
Oh,
that's it.
So you don't think he had respect for the people that served with him under his command?
If you can find that respect, you show it to me. I have yet to see him actually issue any kind of respect in any way, shape, or form. Now, you were raised right. I was raised right. A lot of people were raised right in how to respectfully say something. He half-heartedly says something like, hey, look, you don't have to be a combat veteran. Then we'll pivot, hit a comma, and then go off to Tay saying how he doesn't respect people that weren't in combat.
Contradictions. Now, let's see what we got here.
I mean, he uses
revise
it as like a platitude type thing. He uses it to kind of segue in. I'm a good guy, I believe that everybody should be a veteran, except for you dirty veterans over there,
Yeah, that's not
reform the VA disability system. But for one, there's a couple things that we didn't have. Number one, there wasn't the internet out there for many, many years for these previous veterans to learn, or as you say, game the system. that we can do now. There wasn't all these what they call the claim sharks. There wasn't these businesses. So because when we look, we both know the majority of people who serve don't see what I would call direct combat, or and there's many ways to define direct combat, but they're not urban street fighting,
Right,
know,
right.
patrolling, but going on patrol.
I wasn't urban street fighting. I was in a tank. The enemy was in front of me, either coming toward me or trying to run away from me or trying to flank me from the side.
I mean,
I
Black
wasn't-
Hawk Down. That he's doing a video, like they're both doing a movie scene of what war looks like, and if you weren't in that particular war movie, well, by golly, you're not a veteran. But notice how if you go here about 10, 15 seconds further, he starts issuing statistics. Well, only 10% of people in this and that. So this is how you can tell. Like when he actually looks things up, this is what's important to him. He cares about combat. He does.
Satellite countries were smaller involvement, but let's say, just for the sake of argument, Iraq and Afghanistan, but like 8% or a little less than that of those people experienced direct fire combat. Now, I'm not saying you need to get shot at to be a veteran. I'm not saying, like there's a whole,
Sure.
all the caveats, right?
What is all the caveats? Because he's about to contradict himself after he said you don't have to be. Hold on.
He just means all you bullshit people that are claiming some stuff that you shouldn't be claiming because it's immoral. All you bullshit people, that's who I'm talking about. There's combat, and then there's all the rest of you bullshit people. Yep, let's listen to him.
But when society thinks of veterans, oftentimes they're thinking of, oh yeah, I saw Black Hawk Down, and that's what it's like. And it's no,
oh, well,
that's not really what it's.
And you see how he jumps toward the camera. He gets excited.
Oh yeah, he's like, that's not what it's like. At least it wasn't for me, and that's all that matters.
Like, sometimes being a veteran means like you spent 6 months like washing your underpants in a sink on a ship or something. Like it's just not, you're not getting shot at, right?
Or just working on the flight deck, 12 on,
That
12 off.
Yeah.
It's just a grinding job, but not hard work, but not in danger, in harm's way, or not thinking. Of course, accidents happen. I mean,
hold on. She's saying that people on a Navy ship, a Coast Guard ship, that is not dangerous. All Navy, all Coast Guards, anybody that's been on the ship, even Marines who have been detached on a ship, is it all safe? Y'all been lying to me, Betty Bops. Charleston and Coastal, y'all been lying to me. You sailors do not face danger. Let me ask you a question, my brother, Raider. Have any veterans ever had to get disability because of injuries on a ship?
Yeah. Fall hit hatch, hit head. Things like happen all the time on ships that have nothing to do with combat. I don't understand. Like, combat is the minority in this conversation. Yes. It is not the rule. It is the exception. Okay. But they want to keep bringing it up like it should be the rule and not the exception. And it boggles my mind because here she goes, yeah, you guys were doing stuff and yeah, you were in harm's way, but not really. I mean, you weren't really in harm's way, because you weren't in combat, like, yeah.
So let me make sure I caught up on this here. So Coasty say, the sad part is some people in Congress believe this nonsense. And then 66 say sometimes you just let folks talk. Other will see how asinine they are. And then Charles say skivvies, not underwear. He don't know. He's not. MG Smith say, now that's the first time I've heard that. It makes sense. Okay. Then 66 say he only believes something like him, someone like him deserves anything. That's what comes across. 66 says only things he believes supports his narrative. Then 66 says she is a little bit of a tool. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, I think that this is like, I don't know her, but I've seen her one or two times, but she's definitely not pushing back on him about this. Like, this is just yes. Like, I have never seen like the hype person ever, but I mean, like, there's an us versus them mentality here. And I don't understand it. Like, we're all veterans. There's no us versus them requirement in the M21, the 38 CFR. There is no us versus them, but they're trying to make one.
Well,
Time
does
and time
one
again.
does one branch of the military have more favor when it comes to VA disability claims over others?
No.
So the
The only
branch.
time I ever check is whenever I have to make sure that it's right on the narrative. Like that doesn't
Oh.
matter to me. Your rank doesn't matter to me. Where you serve doesn't matter to me. When you serve doesn't matter to me. The only thing that matters is disability, yes or no. Yes? Okay, move on. Is element 2 satisfied for service connection? Yes or no? Yes. Okay, is element 3 satisfied? Is there a positive medical opinion? Yes, there is. Okay, I'm granting. That's it.
Okay.
And they want to make it into this thing where there's a haves and a have-nots. And there's no place for that in the VA. There's no place, because think about this just for a second. Humor me for a second.
Okay.
Lieutenant Colonel Gade wants to create a situation that isn't objective. He wants it to be where you are subjectively looking at these criteria that have nothing to do with the rating decision and make judgments based upon it.
So
Were they in combat? Were they not?
The standard is ever evolving based on his criteria that's not concrete.
Oh,
And
yeah.
where do healthcare professionals come in on this? Hold on, let me ask. So Charlton said, yes, we lied, H-Town. It's mostly a vacation cruise, never fires or collisions, cable snaps, decapitating a body, fun times. Wow. Now I want to hear what our sister says. She says, Betty Bob, she's Navy too. H-Town, I want a refund from being on that cruise. Now, he said, go ahead.
No, I just not pushing back, but also started spewing the same BS. Oh yeah. So she was not pushing back. She was just spewing this, like just agreeing. Yeah. Okay.
She did give some pushback. I'm going to get to the rest of y'all comments, but we want to hear some more.
Nobody predicted the John McCain or those collisions, but those could happen on a cruise ship.
John McCain, that can't happen on a cruise ship. There's no plane. They have video that it was an explosion on a plane ran into another when John McCain was young then. He almost lost his life if he wouldn't have hopped out of that plane. There are firemen that risked their life and lost their lives on that ship.
Oh,
what is
my
she
God.
talking about?
I don't like she's going to have a spinal disability trying to carry this water for him. Like she is going to trying to carry his water to make this thing be a serious thing. Like it is such a joke. Well, it could happen on a cruise. You could have this and that and the other. Well, guess what? Lieutenant Colonel Gade could have also, other veterans have lost their legs in non-combat situations. It doesn't make him special.
Well, he got to stay in for another, 12 or 13 years to retire. Many veterans don't get to do that.
That's an impossibility, by the way. That is privilege in and of itself. Like you don't get to no. You would get.
He say his commanders asked him, did he want to stay in? I ain't never heard no mess like that. Now look, not pushing back, but also started spewing the same BS. Okay, let's see. Yeah. Then Jay Oliver say shifts, bases, and deployment locates. I guess locals are industry complexes full of chemicals, heavy equipment, flames, jet fuel, heat blast, weather environment, hazardous accident, horseplay, and sports. And Betty Bob say, H-Town smelling like ship sharks. I don't know what y'all terminology is. You ever heard of that?
I don't know what that is.
Tell us what a ship shark is. They have a lot of internal Navy stuff.
Yeah.
Coasty and all of them be talking and stuff. Coasty said, yes, being on a cruise in 30-foot seas was so relaxing. Wow.
I just find it astounding that she can talk about, yes, if there's a fire or there's something like that, that could be terrifying. Oh, but civilians can have that also. Like that's no different than being on a cruise ship. Like cruise ships can ram into other ships and that could be scary too. How condescending.
Because
Is that?
they're trying to equate
Uh.
our military service to civilian life, family. They're trying
Yeah.
to
If you were
equate it-
non-combat, yeah. If you
Oh.
you weren't combat, then you're just a civvy in wearing
Yeah.
green, blue, or whatever.
and if they don't deserve VA disability compensation as a civilian, you as a non-combat veteran don't deserve it either. Whoa, boy, this is getting ugly. Here we
I
go.
hate this.
Those could
Like-
happen anywhere.
right.
And so
That's
we
right.
have
Yeah,
to.
that could happen.
Yeah,
anywhere.
go ahead.
Yeah, and there are a lot of jobs in society that are hard grinding jobs. You know, talk to a truck driver, right? Talk to a
Yeah.
janitor
welder.
on a
Mhm.
Welders and truck drivers go through more than you went through their Radar HQ, Charleston, Coastal.
Shame on me. Shame on
Yeah,
me.
so you don't know danger like they do because you was
No.
in the military in a sheltered environment.
I don't even
Or
know
a
if I was in
welder.
the military at this point in time. Like, I don't even
Right,
know if I
like-
was in the military. I think I was somewhere else. I was on a cruise somewhere. It's a ship, maybe. I don't know. They keep telling me things. I just get weirded out by it.
Because they know you better than you know you. Now listen, 668 gave him a desk job. That's what they did. He got a desk job, all due to that great service and sacrifice as a serviceman, showing him appreciation for his service. However, they created a monster.
They did.
They coddled him, and
Yep.
they asked him, did he want to go to combat? This is what he said. I didn't have no option. I would have rather stayed home. Y'all can call me a
Right.
coward if you want to. If I could have not have went, I wouldn't have went. Oh boy, I hope that.
I
just
mean,
think-
like, well, think about it this way too, right? Like, if you had, like, if you had good tactics, if you had solid tactics, superiority, of armor, air, whatever, and let's say that you resolve the conflict quickly and better, right? Like, any disabilities, there would be fewer disabilities acquired. And I don't understand his logic and her logic about, like, that combat injuries are the only type of injuries. Like, he could have done anything in the military and lost his leg. Because it's in combat, it's special. Like, it doesn't, the math doesn't math whenever he talks. Like,
No, we had one of the I think he was the first black the one that would go all in the water. Charleston, give me his name, the one I really admire. His got cut on the ship. When he was just on the ship giving direction, when those big chains came across with the anchor or something, and messed his leg off, and he ended up having cut his leg.
Yeah.
So he ended up having to get it amputated. And that
Yeah.
wasn't at that point wasn't doing combat, So now she says that smelling like a shark means stink. It smells like no other smell you
You've
will ever experience. Okay, like a skunk, worse than a skunk. MG Smith say you'll be chapter 17 for all military members who support combat veterans. Now let's get
look,
to
he
it.
ain't special. I mean,
No,
like,
yeah.
There are a lot of hard grinding jobs, but the nature of modern warfare, and it's back to your point about and I'm gonna kind of flub this, but I'm directionally correct, although the numbers aren't going to be quite right. The average number of disabilities claimed by a World War II veteran
This
is like
motherfucker
2.1,
and his air
2.5,
quotes.
somewhere in that 2 range.
this motherfucker and his air quotes get me every time.
I was
Like,
trying not to.
I'm sorry.
I was beating
I'm
my-
sorry.
I want to beat my leg. I'm beating it now. Stop, H
Oh,
down.
my
Stop,
God.
H down.
Mm.
What?
This
What?
motherfucker
Is
and
this
his air
not
quotes.
immature? Is this not
Yeah.
immature?
Hell,
we
at this
doing
point in
this?
time, I'm immature. But
Is-
his
are we
fucking
doing
air
this?
quotes, his fucking
Here's his
air
name.
quotes, like he's Dr. fucking Seuss or whatever the hell he is. I am so sick of his I stayed at a Holiday Inn bullshit of trying to say what is or is not a disability. He can grind that up, shove it so far up his ass, I won't be happy for as far as he can get it. He needs to go 10% further than he can get it up there. Because look, he does that air quote nonsense, and every single time, the reason why I get so triggered with that, and I do apologize for becoming triggered about it, but
Go ahead.
he
go ahead.
hasn't. I have worked in military hospitals, okay, where people's lives end,
Yes, sir.
where people's careers end because of different injuries and disabilities.
Yes, sir.
He wasn't at those beds. He can fuck right on off with his opinion
Do you take
because
into
he doesn't have one.
Do you take into consideration that he lost his leg? We can't give him a small pass on that.
Okay. We can give him a pass for he can self-hate himself. Okay? He can dislike
Yes,
himself and he can be mad about all the things that he couldn't get. But him projecting that onto everybody else and having a platform to do it is wrong.
Yeah.
Because you shouldn't have to show your DD-214 for him to approve of you or not. Like, and that's what it's going to come down to. Oh, you've got a disability. Show me your DD-214. Show me the combat badge. Like, that's all. Like this right
What
here.
about medical evidence? What about the fact that some people will doctor combat records and give themselves awards and give people they like medals?
I think he'd actually respect that in some weird, twisted way.
No,
I think
that
he
is
would.
horrible.
I think he would in some weird, twisted way. He could factualize that somehow in his brain. But no, like I literally, and I won't say which hospital, the Army hospitals, but like Walter Reed's one of them, BAMSI, MAMSI, all those ones. But I did work at one of them, and I'd have to work with individuals that survived IED blasts, and have to take X-rays of them after they tried to reconstruct the limb. I've had to see horrible, horrible things time and time again. But because of Lieutenant Colonel Gade, all the things that I got to see, well, you could just see that in the civilian world. Okay, cool.
That's very insensitive.
Yeah, it is the most insensitive thing. And I swear, if he is a Christian, he's the worst at it that I've ever seen in my entire life. Like, he is the worst at being a Christian ever. Somebody needs to take him aside and go, brother, that is not how this works. Okay? That is the opposite of Christianity, what you're doing there. Love thy neighbor, not screw over thy neighbor, not
nobody
be better
ever
than thy
checked
neighbor.
him. Has anybody ever checked him? Now, his name was Carl Brashear, master diver, recovered a H-bomb. Now, he did that. That wasn't necessarily a combat operation, but he recovered it out of the bottom of the ocean. So just because that ain't what got him injured, he was injured just on the deck, just being a Navyman. And he got cut because of the danger of a ship. So, some of my injuries did not happen in combat. So, and I know some disabled veterans, some disabled veterans that are combat veterans, nothing happened to them, but they got injured back on base. So this ain't making sense. What if
And
a combat?
And shame on you, shame on everybody, shame on and that's what he does. And he does it to where he'll reset himself and be like, you know what, but I don't dislike all the non-combat veterans, but fuck all of you non-combat veterans. I swear to God, I hope you all die. Like, he literally does shit like that.
Yes.
And it's his own words. And then when you use his own words against him, he's like, oh no, but that's not what I said. Somebody said it wrong. And like the CivDiv and Veterans Info Tap went, but you said it, type stuff.
And he looks stupid. Now look at what one 66, you wrong for that. He say, wonder if he skips the line at Disney when he goes. Wow.
I don't think he goes to Disneyland. I just think he goes to places and just sits in front of disabled parking and just checks DD-214s and shit, because he is the biggest Karen I have ever met but ever experienced in my entire life. Like, he is combat Karen. This man is the worst human being to embolize, like to be a veteran and have the public think that this is how veterans are and veterans should be. Like, he is the worst example of it. Like, I would take any other example that, like, he has way too much. Like, I don't want to become big and popular, right? I don't want to do anything like that, but I'm at least altruistic. I at least give people the benefit of the doubt. And I go, you know what? I might not have experienced that, but it's not I shouldn't throw stones in glass houses type situation.
You got his new name, sir. I'm trying to stay professional, but you're making it hard.
I can.
Combat Karen.
I want to salute with my left hand every single time. I want to salute with my left hand every single time. Every single time Combat Karen I see him.
So it's a
He grinds every gear I've got.
66 say some injuries that are service connected go into eventually cause other issues. He don't
Yeah.
never bring up secondary issues.
No, he does. He does actually in this video. He is
Okay,
so
okay.
just he is so sideways about secondary conditions. Now, is there an argument to potentially be made about that? I mean, I'm not going to make that argument, but I mean, if he wanted to say that, because he's fine with like he appears to be fine with direct service connected conditions, but
Mhm.
when you get him on secondaries, he just goes sideways. Like he
Okay.
doesn't like them at all.
Now listen what Charleston say. Carl Brashear lost a leg, saved another sailor when cable snapped, better than a fraud. Woo!
Charleston, was he taking fire at the time? That'll determine whether or not the fraud is involved. For
This is-
Lieutenant Colonel Gade, was
Lieutenant
he
Colonel-
taking active fire? Was he taking
You-
fire?
Would he have a nerve to speak against somebody that was getting injured but saving other people's lives? I remember.
Oh yeah.
See, they don't understand how dangerous it is on a ship. I've been on one ship. I was on a John F. Kennedy. That thing was massive. Now, M.G. Smith said, I think that Gade is a white supremacist and that's part of evangelical doctrine. I really believe that. Sometimes I wonder, I think he's in his own world because even white supremacists try to support other white people. He's attacking white people too.
I know,
So-
right? Like,
This is
that's what I was
weird.
gonna say.
You at least on code, don't piss off the white people. If you are elitist, what they did, the white supremacists did,
Yeah.
they would tell the poor whites. This is what LBJ said. Lyndon B. Jones say, tell the poor white that they are better than the poor black. He's putting us all in the same boat. That's
Yeah.
what caused Bacon Rebellion. This guy's an idiot. If he's a white supremacist, he's not good at it. You don't supposed to talk this much.
I can't speak to, like, I don't know if he's like, I don't know what he is. I just know that the things that he says have a clear trajectory, right? A social class system, somebody's better than somebody else in order to chip away at the unity of the veteran community. Now, I don't want to just personally attack him on that. I mean, I'll personally attack him that he is a raging, unqualified idiot. Like he in this video says, hey, look, some people on the internet that say I'm an idiot. They say I'm a blue falcon, and I'm okay with that. So I'm going to take his advice on that, and I'll call him what I want to call him, and just say that he is the most uneducated person that they could have found to have an opinion on this topic. Like, my children have a better grasp of the talking points than this man does.
Do you think he looked down on the average veteran? What do you think? How do you think he sees the average veteran?
H-Town, that ship has sailed about an hour ago. Yes, that man looks down on everybody to the point that he won't even stand for other veterans. I mean, granted, he does have a disability that probably prevents him from standing. So, I mean, there is that. But he won't stand. He won't even acknowledge other veterans. He's like, I don't even associate with those fraudsters type thing.
Wow.
I mean,
Average
I'm
number claimed
paraphrasing.
by a Vietnam veteran is like 5 or 6. And the average number claimed by a GWAT veteran is like 7, between 7 and 8, 7 and 9, somewhere in there. So every sort of generation of veteran.
You get more claims for a GWAT veterans, they call them, that Vietnam veteran? Or does it really matter?
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
The number gets bigger. But if you look at, GWAT, other than, if you were in the first battle or the second battle of Fallujah, if you were in Marjan province in Afghanistan, or if you were in the Korengal Valley, then you were seeing real sustained combat over time. If you were in Ramadi with me, you were seeing real sustained combat.
Yes, real.
Listen, that's not fair because I was there for 5 months. Some major battles, one of the largest battles since World War II. However, most of the stuff was just little people shooting, little AK-47s at a tank. So it really wasn't. So, we just had to make sure we didn't get popped or somebody's behind a wall. Most of them surrendered. I must admit, most of them were just hungry because Saddam didn't feed them. We had cut off the supply. Oh, he would say that the Air Force wasn't important. If we didn't have ship support, who was in that Gulf where all those, because Saddam had put mines all in that ocean right off Kuwait. if it wasn't for them having the brave and come in there, because that could have blew a hole in their ship and sink. They had mines floating in the water. This guy don't talk about that.
No, and now we've got combat. Now we've got sustained combat. Okay, so now we've got sustained combat. So
that's the next level.
Now we got the elite of the elite. Okay, hit me, Papa Bear. Go again. Go again.
Look,
Lieutenant.
sustained combat is off the charts 2 times.
Ugh.
Oh, here we
That
go.
over time. But this idea that our generation of veterans somehow, experienced real combat and these other guys didn't. Like, have you ever heard of World War II? Like, we lost 400,000 soldiers in World War II to, death, disease, accidents, and warfare. And it's
he
Because
brings
of
all the
medical
fact that
practices. Like, okay, so one of my other MOSs is 68 whiskey, so combat medic. So I had a 68 Papa, 68 whiskey. The reason why the death rate drastically reduced during the GWAT era had to do with applying tourniquets and controlling blood loss and doing combat lifesaver training and things like that, which didn't exist. Body armor, which wasn't a thing back in,
not World War II.
No.
And then what started saving lives at the end of the war, they didn't have no blood plasma. A black doctor invented blood plasma, and thank God for the Navy bringing it on the ships. So my question is, because the Navy had so much blood that people donated, that at the end of the war they had to discard it. But the Navy is not important. The Marines are not important.
And this is like listening to Lieutenant Colonel Gate is like watching an episode of Drunk History and just having him recount. I mean, 3 sheets to the wind Gate here is recounting history and cherry picking the fact of, oh, wow, that was a real sustained combat because we lost a whole bunch of people then. Well, yeah, because medical science wasn't up to date at that point in time versus now when we're not losing so many. So those were real heroes back then. I swear to God, I don't even want to.
Quick question. Do you think if he would start his own podcast, would people listen?
Oh, of course, because he says, like, it's not what you say. It's saying it with confidence. And he says stuff with confidence. Like, he says it like it's a true fact. Like, this is unsubstantiated assertions. Like, this man is the poster child for unsubstantiated assertions.
Conspiracy theory?
No, not conspiracy theory. He just believes what he believes. Like, yes, the moon landing was fake or what. I don't even know. Like, I mean, I guess conspiracy theories might be one thing, but he believes that, like, he takes 2 things, that apples and oranges, and tries to make them the same thing.
He's a true believer. Yes.
Like, it's like, hang on a second. To say that the Gulf War, the GWAT experience is on average tougher than the Vietnam experience. That's that's absurd.
Hold on.
It is
It's
absurd.
absurd, and it's offensive to the greatest generation.
Yes.
So, all right. So the difference being that rather than live with a disability, a lot of those particular veterans, those particular service members that were injured in World War II and in the Vietnam era actually died from their injuries.
Yeah,
so rather than living with a disability, they died. Okay, so this man, here's the virtue signaling right here. Look at stern-faced Gade. He's saying that, like, to say that they were worse or better. The only one saying that anyone is worse or better are these 2 human beings on the screen right now. They're the ones that are making the distinction that somebody is better than somebody else. And it bothers me.
Oh, this bothers me because what's the name? They got some colorful language too. 66 say, listen and heckling his dumb A's. Lord have mercy. Then MG Smith say, the thing that freaks me out about Gade is the way his eyes roll back in his head and then he speaks. Isn't
And it's weird.
that
Yeah.
weird?
Well, he's like a great white shark. You know how they roll their eyes back in their head when they're about ready to bite? Yeah.
Yes.
I think it's like a tell for him when he's going to tell a whopper that he rolls his eyes back in his head and goes, sell it with confidence. He knows he has to know. He either is so mentally ill that he doesn't know that he is just telling whoppers, or he's doing it intentionally.
Yes.
Generation into our fathers who were probably, I don't know if your dad was, but my dad was a Vietnam veteran. It's offensive
dad
to
is
those
too.
people because that's
You heard that?
Oh,
So they admit.
yeah.
There you
And-
go.
And look, I'll meet anybody down in the parking lot that calls my dad a fat, lazy, hypertension-induced fat person.
Wow.
He
Saying
doesn't
that you,
even know.
he
He
say,
doesn't even know.
look, he's not a medical professional or a VA raider. Do you think he understands anything about your job?
No, and I don't think he cares to either, because it goes against anything that goes against the message, right? He has the message, and anything that goes against the message is not true, factual, or otherwise. He does not care. He is on mission. I mean, this man is on mission. He
So-
doesn't even see the irony in what he said about his dad and the fact that he disrespected his own father. He's
Yes, he
fine with
did.
that.
Yes, he did. And he made no connection. And I remember when
That's
the
no
interview
shame.
with our brother Infotap, when they called him, it may have been Sia Div, they called him out and he just he started agreeing with them because they told him something that he couldn't deny. Here we
Yeah.
go.
That's not true at
And
all.
he has no shame.
And so where does the
No.
so then the obvious question is, okay, where do these claims come from? And the answer is in part
Get ready
political.
for it.
So over time, the veterans benefits scenario has become one where there are these interest groups, and the interest groups are ones that you've heard of. It's Disabled American Veterans, it's VFW, it's Wounded Warrior Project, it's, there's a few others, right? PVA, Paralyzed Veterans of America, Vietnam Veterans of America, all these, like all those big organizations, right? And what they do is they put pressure on the VA constantly, and the VA then turns to Congress and asks for more money constantly. And as a way of spending that money, they find new disabilities that they can sort of add to the Vassar D, is what it's called, the VA schedule for rating disabilities. And so that's how we.
I need to know if that's true. I have no way. I don't. Do they just look up new disabilities, or is he kind of right?
I mean, no. Like the VA doesn't necessarily do that. They do science. Like the PACT Act added a few more presumptive conditions, but
Okay.
the VASSERD itself is pretty well. Like a lot of the key things that he disagrees with are not new things that were added recently. They're
Okay.
well-established conditions that he just fundamentally disagrees are some kind of disability.
Can you name at least 2 or 3 things that veterans try to claim that tends to be denied because they're not service connected or service connectable disabilities?
Well, I mean, the obvious one's sleep apnea, because like sleep apnea is a condition that could be better explained by aging and or weight gain or other causes other than service. Heart conditions typically have a congenital kind of nature to them, that you were born with it. Like if it runs in the family. Same thing sometimes with diabetes, things that, cataracts. Cataracts is a big one that they develop with aging. It's fairly normal in the aging process. So the VA doesn't, like, examiners tend to side with aging versus service. I
So
guess
what
those are
about
three.
dry eyes?
Dry eyes? It depends. Like if there's like the way the VA CMP examiners work is they try to take the off ramp to, is there a different other etiology and or medical cause to this? And if they
Understand.
can't find one, then they'll kind of go to service. But if you're a veteran that has like maybe 20 years difference between when you served and you had dry eyes and now, and you just now get a disability, you ask any veteran that tries to make that claim, that is like pissing uphill in the wind. Good luck with that one. Like, because the examiner's going to be like, I'm not putting my neck out there for a 20-year gap. You could have done anything in your life. You could have become a welder and, gotten some metal chips in your eyes, and that's why you have dry eyes. You could have all these different things that happen to you over that span of time that could better explain than service, that one time in service that it happened. So,
Okay. Now you say, Charles say, I bet Lieutenant Colonel Gade volunteered for combat. Most enlisted are put in harm's way by need of service. He said they asked him whether he wanted to go to combat. He didn't have to go with his company, whether he wanted to go to teach at the school or something.
Yeah, and on this right here, I'm not going to attack him for personally or anything like that, other than to say he's a raging idiot. Now, he has every right to have his opinion on stuff,
Yes.
but he is violently wrong, like violently, like irrationally wrong about what he has to say. And there's a reason why he's not an expert, right? Medically, whenever he does those air quotes for these disabilities, okay, Captain Karen, you don't have to like you have no say in that. You can't air quote disabilities. And that's how he has no validity. He has no validity because he's not a medical provider. He doesn't know how disabilities work. He just knows that unless he can see it, it's not real.
Let me ask you, do you think, and let me read these questions, we'll be done with this.
Sure.
Okay, Gabe, you missed NCOA, Non-Commissioned Officer Association, so he didn't get because he went to be an officer. So 668, so Uncle Sam says, we recognize what you might have been exposed to and what happened to you. We pledge to compensate you for such. Is veteran scamming the system? No, not in my opinion. And I'm gonna read this last one, then I'm gonna ask you a question. Thanks, H-Town. Dry eyes isn't meds. Let me say, thank H-Town. Dry eyes. It's meds, terror, jet fuel, weapon range, and what is that there? What is that? Pyrotechnics. Pyrotechnics. And so then he say, I'm gonna have to wait on y'all guys. We'll get to the rest of y'all. So now we have 21 watching and 17 watch, 21 likes. So my question to you is, what would he say about the merchant marines? They don't necessarily fight in combat, but they get benefits. The other organization.
Look, man, this is a one-trick pony here. He only has one setting, and it is no to you. Yes to me, no to you. Like that. Heads for me, tails you lose. Heads I win, tails you lose. That's him.
Well,
this is him.
I can't win then. So let me ask you this here. What would be one thing that you would say to him that would shut him straight down? Would you have to say, could you ask him one question that would shut him down?
What the fuck are you talking about? Where's your evidence of anything?
No, he says based on faith.
He served in the military. Like, he hasn't even proven to me that he is a veteran. I'm questioning this at this point in time. You cannot, like, he is a high schooler that didn't show up for his midterm project and didn't complete it. Like, this is the level of preparedness that he has for this. He just comes up here with supposition and he just wants to talk about things, and he just wants to, I mean, just play it. Just listen to the next 10 things he says. Like, it'll be great.
We got silliness on there, like sleep apnea, for example. Like, sleep apnea is an important condition, and if you have it, you should definitely get.
He say silliness, nonsense.
Yeah. Silliness treated. And nonsense.
Yes. A, it's not a disability, and B, it's not caused by your service. It's caused by
for fuck's sake. This man in 10 seconds.
We want to try to make 10 seconds, fam. We want to keep it. Jesus. Can he get he keep dropping whoppers, man. The dude keep dropping whoppers. 13 that we gonna do a little bit more of it, but we gotta
I can't tonight. Like, we'll be here all night.
No, we gonna do a little bit more.
It's caused by being fat, and it's caused by having a skinny neck. Those are the things that cause sleep
or
apnea.
breathing.
Okay, that's obstructive sleep apnea, not central sleep apnea.
It's not a disability, and B, it's not caused.
Yes, of course, it's not a fucking disability. It's not a disability. Even though the ICD-10 says that it's a disability, even though all medical insurance pays for that said disability, even though the CDC says it's a disability, even though it is a disability for a disability's sake.
And insurance companies cover you getting a sleep app machine outside of the VA.
Yes. And they only cover things that are medical disabilities. So, God, I just don't even want to listen to this man.
Let's give it about 3 to 5 minutes. Let's see how much we can do.
It's caused by being fat, and it's caused by having a skinny neck. Those are the things that cause sleep
or
apnea.
Breathing issues, or a deviated septum.
She does push back.
Sure, but sleep apnea, sleep apnea, and
sure, but with my medical opinion,
deviated septum is when this part in your nose is crooked and it blocks off one of your nostrils.
Thank you for
and it's easily fixable. If you haven't had it fixed, you should. It's totally worth it. And when I got mine
Really?
fixed, I was like, oh my gosh, yes, it's a great surgery. And
It's a great surgery. Whoever describes
you,
surgery as great?
Thank you, Dan. Thank you for your medical opinion on the topic. I appreciate everything that you everything you stand for, sir.
Luna
It is
irritating.
exhausting. It is exhausting.
Let's see how
Listening
many.
to
Well,
this
and,
man talk.
Yeah, let's give it about a couple
Yeah.
more minutes. Let's see.
told me no,
I
and
enjoy
they put me on Flonase, and then my nose started bleeding. And so
no. Get it surgically repaired. You'll love it. It's a great surgery.
Okay.
And you'll be able to breathe out of both nostrils again, which is amazing.
Lieutenant Dan's advice.
But here's the thing.
medical
Here's the
advice.
thing: is like there's a lot of conditions that veterans experience, and to be totally clear, I have some of those conditions. You probably have some of those conditions after 40 years of service, like on and
Yep.
on, right? We all have conditions, and we all should get treated for the conditions that if you're self-employed,
wanna
you should
say
go
the
to your
D
employ-
word.
you should go to your healthcare company. If you're retired, you should go to TRICARE or the V.
He don't want to say disabled.
He doesn't want to say the D word. That's
Okay.
that's a dirty word for him.
Yes. Go to this person. Go to that person. Drive a truck.
If if you're eligible for VA care, go get those things taken care of. But healthcare is a
It's different
different
than a payout.
thing. Healthcare is a different thing than disability, and so many things
The
have
fuck
become
are you
payout
talking?
conditions.
They call it a payout, bruh. Look, we can't fan. We're gonna do a little bit more of this here. We can't get through nothing because this guy's the gift that keeps on giving. He said it's a payout.
He just
Like you won something at the casino, family. Is your disability a payout? Go ahead, brother.
Well, I mean, technically, sure. Let's go down his logic. Is it a payout? Well,
Yes.
okay. Did I get injured in service? Yes or no? Yes.
Yes.
Was that service injury willful misconduct? No. So it was in the line of duty? Yes. Is there any other explanation for my disability? No. Does the VA have a legal requirement to compensate veterans who have been found to be legally determined that their condition was caused by service? Yes.
But here's his argument. His argument when he was confronted with that with CIBDIB and Veteran InfoTap, that we shouldn't take it even then over moral reasons. We shouldn't do it. It's like you going into when you receive that disability, it's like going into your neighbor house and stealing her purse. He said it then and he said it here. Are you stealing from your neighbor, sir? Are you training
to entertain that thought process? Because look, I don't understand his morality. Now, I think that if you whip it out of your pants like that, your morality, you should get some kind of indecent exposure crime.
Yes.
You should put that back in your pants and stop trying to project your morality, which once again, he does not understand what that word means. He thinks
doesn't.
it means something else.
Something Yin can die from is not a disability.
Yeah.
I say, I'll ask him what happened to you for all that hate to ball up for your Bill veteran. Okay, I think his thing is against veterans. He got an extra grind. Yes, my insurance company covers my CPAP machine. Betty Bob say,
yeah,
and say his lobotomy.
No,
we can't. They don't practice that no more. Surgery is terrible, Betty Bob say. Now, what you say, brother?
I don't know. Like time and time again, right? Like you said, he's the gift that keeps on giving. He is consistent, but he is consistently wrong. Like he is very much consistently wrong in his, like he says things and then he like doubles down on it, and it's just always the wrong thing. Like he doesn't want to say the word disability, even though he says it's a disability, even though he admits it's a disability. He wants to call it a condition. Like somehow that changes the fact that it exists, right? Like it's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. Like he's trying too hard, like so hard.
I hate to compare it, but we have people in our community, when with my black community, that they be a little special. We don't treat them. They'll start talking and they'll be saying stuff, and we just go along with it. Yeah, and this happened, and so you got to get your chakras right. And since I've been incarcerated, I've come to realize I was in jail. Saying stuff that's redundant. And if you try to challenge them, you're going to be there all day. Now,
Yeah.
let's get to the last 2 minutes in.
Things that really ought to be just treatment conditions. So back to sleep apnea for a second. If you have sleep apnea, you should totally get it taken care of. You should get a CPAP machine. You should, lose weight, exercise, all the things that are going to make sleep apnea go away, or be a trivial thing. You'll get used to the CPAP. A lot of people do. So, but that's not a disability that rates. And by the way, the fact that it's a 50% disability is totally insane in a world where losing an eye by itself is a 30% disability, and losing a leg below the knee is a 40% disability. You're going to tell me that snoring is a 50%? That's crazy. And
Now,
Yeah, go
I'll
ahead.
admit, okay, so if he had about 10 seconds there of lucidity, right, where he actually made a good argument saying that, hey, it is not fair that this is rated this way.
Mhm.
But the problem is that sleep apnea can lead to heart valve conditions, like the 100% for sleep
secondaries.
Yeah, and many secondaries.
But
So, I mean, he does have a point here, but it's like right message, wrong presentation. Like, I think that the furniture should change in the house, so I'm going to burn the house down. Like, I don't understand his message. Like, he does have every once in a while a lucid period where he starts making sense. And that's a good argument for reform, of saying, like, hey, look, maybe 50% isn't the target value. I could entertain that when you put it into context against ocular, I don't want to say amputations, but amputations and just
Because
the removal of an eye.
that's
An
a serious thing, right? And
Yeah.
he had, I guess you could say, he had what alcoholics refer to as a moment of clarity. Now,
Yes.
Charleston say he say, hold on. He said, Lieutenant Gade got a medical degree. He say, Dr. Gade, I feel safe.
He
And
does
then,
not have a medical degree.
I know he making mockery of him. And he say, 66 say, I'm getting benefits I earn for holding up my end of the contract. But the problem I have is the veterans that get discouraged by this and don't want to go and listen. Let's listen to the last minute and a half here.
So, and so those are some of the things that have sneaked into the system over time due to political pressure. And the truth is that the American people don't really know about this.
No,
they
they
don't
don't.
know this is happening. And they're
But
getting
those are-
fleeced.
And
They're
I don't
getting fleeced to
understand.
the
Go
yeah.
ahead.
Let me finish the thought. They're getting fleeced to the extent of in just disability payments, when people think like, oh, the VA is here for me and the VA is going to make things better, and the VA is about healthcare.
He's trying to turn the civilian population against us, man.
Uh-huh.
That's not fair.
No, it's not, and it's also a false dilemma fallacy, right?
I'm
Because the moment that, like, what would happen if the veterans didn't get care? Like, they didn't get service connection, then they wouldn't get care, right? Like, what would happen? Their conditions would get worse, and then the burden on the healthcare system would get even worse, right?
Yes.
You find it with homeless people. It's better to treat them and just take the loss at the hospital level, to treat them even if they don't have insurance, than it is to now they've got sepsis, now they're sitting in an ICU bed and nobody's going to cover that. Like, there's a lot, like, preventative medicine is a lot better than not having preventative medicine.
Let me tell you, I had a family member. Y'all ain't gonna believe this. That had mental problems, schizophrenia, running my family. Okay, and they went up there and proved that. Oh, that's my family member, and they treated them. They treated because they dropped my name. I guess they just didn't want to leave nobody. They helped them out. And my grandmother called and said, hey, what's the name at the VA? I said, they're not a veteran. Yeah, but they went over there and said that they were related to you. And because they were already having a mental episode, I guess they didn't want them to leave. They helped them. And I thank God for that. People like you and others don't get it's like y'all preventing the people that's trying to destroy the Twin Towers. And if y'all prevent it, no credit. See, y'all you doing this every day, but people like this, blah, 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 going on this thing, talking about weapons of mass, this and that. It's crazy. Now
and
say,
and he
wait.
he worries about the money. Like he worries about the money.
But he got money. He getting federal contracts himself.
He's getting all the money. He's getting disability himself, but he believes that the pie should not be as big as what it is. And I'll be honest with you, if you look at those tariffs, right? We supposed to be getting tariffs, right? Trillions of dollars.
Yes.
That paid for everybody to have 100% and then some. That paid for everybody.
Whoa.
You know, I don't know.
How many veterans perish before getting what they earn? So many. Now listen to this last minute and a half.
Care and education and transition and employment, and really the VA is about disability and more disability and a little bit of healthcare. So you know, so it's the system is fatally flawed, and it really does hurt actual people.
So I don't totally disagree with you on some of this. I think that I'm confused why we don't attack the low-hanging fruit.
She said something. I don't know if it's here. If it's not, we're gonna end it. But she kind of pushes back.
Because you're
Sure.
right, that the tinnitus or the sleep apnea, the things that are just real obvious that there's not a, or like you said, the hypertension you've talked about in the past, there's just
Mhm.
these certain conditions that are pretty darn obvious that they're either
Oh, she pushed back here.
due to age or they're just due to the normal cycles of life. But I think the problem that comes in with this and being able to try to reform this is the fact that this isn't really up to the service member. You could guilt the service member into not doing it or shame them into not doing it and say, look,
Oh, and
don't
he's
take this
happy
money
about that.
because
Yeah.
it's wrong and it's immoral. And like you said in your
The
podcast,
fuck, they
with,
don't know what the word immoral means.
Hold on. He's agreeing that it's okay to guilt veterans? I'm confused. That
Yeah.
30
Keep going.
seconds.
Yeah, let's go.
gosh, he's a Navy SEAL. He got the Silver Cross. Marcus
Silver,
Luttrell.
a Silver Star. Yeah.
Sorry.
Actually,
Silver
he has a Navy Cross actually,
Yep.
and a Silver Star. I
Oh,
think.
he's a great
Okay.
guy.
But I just listened to it yesterday, and I thought that you made a really great point that you can say to the service member, if you can look at the American public in the face and say, I'm taking your tax dollars because I have these service-connected disabilities, then okay. But if you
Don't lose your cool because he's about to say something.
can't do that and you feel
Okay.
a bout of shame by doing that, then you shouldn't be collecting money for that particular condition. The problem with that logic in my mind is that this isn't really yes, there is blame. It's just like kind of blaming the welfare mom versus
fuck is
blaming the
blame?
system that's giving her the welfare.
Mhm,
And so
mhm.
what I'm saying is there's a lot of doctors out there, and especially when it comes to mental health, who can say, you have PTSD. You could have had PTSD from childhood and then it exasperated because of particular problems or issues or incidents that happened on active duty, or
Right.
you went through lawfare, which a lot of people that I have on my show are dealing with, is getting gotten to the crosshairs of the legal system. And I do
Mhm.
believe the PTSD that comes from getting caught in the legal system and living in that kind of
Oh, so they're gonna
fear.
Oh,
live in
now you
environment.
believe
So they're gonna say
something.
that because I grew up in the hood, that I got the PTSD there, not it Desert Storm. Man, she don't get it, man. If they don't, I'm
I
gonna keep
swear
my
to
cool.
God.
So my
I want you
point
to hear
is
his last
that
response.
how do we how do we attack the low-hanging fruit, number one? Because to me that seems like a given. And then number two, how do we change the medical community and really try to differentiate between what is something that truly happened while on active duty or was because of training or while you were in the line of duty versus oh yeah, I was drunk and I had this incident and now I'm going to try to claim for it. Like how do we even differentiate
Yeah, that's
between the two
willful
from a
misconduct.
policy standpoint?
Yes, that is what.
Yeah, I mean that's a great question. So I think I'll start
Fantastic
at the
question.
individual level and kind of build out from there. So
Okay.
course you
you
will.
perfectly described.
We say, bro, go ahead.
Oh no, then I'm just making offhanded comments. And of
Go ahead.
course you will talk about the individual and talk down to the individual and generalize up.
He might be
Keep
building
playing
him
it.
up right now.
Yeah.
my what I call the 10 citizen test, which is
Oh!
if you can walk up to
Very
10
close.
citizens and go
Have you ever heard of 10 citizen test?
No, it sounds like the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my entire life.
No,
But
this
carry
is
on.
deep from a PhD.
through your
Oh,
list of disabilities with them and A, not feel embarrassed, and B, they don't reply back to you, well, hey, hang on a second, I never saw you. If you can walk up to 10 citizens and go through your list of disabilities with them and A, not feel embarrassed, and B, they don't reply back to you, well, hey, hang on a second, I never served and I have that too, then probably, whatever you're claiming is legit. Okay, so that's my 10
That-
citizen test that you referred
Look,
to.
I want to get
That's
him in a
deep.
room
We
with
in and out.
one-legged
That's deep.
people.
Mic drop.
I want to get him into a room with nothing but one-legged people. And then I want to have him ask those one-legged people if they were in the service. And then his fucking argument falls the fuck apart because 10 fucking one-legged people in there with Lieutenant Dan. See, I mean, I have no shame. I will tell people on the street, these are my fucking service-connected disabilities. And guess what?
Yes, sir.
If you have a fucking problem with that, the goddamn, sorry,
Go
let's
ahead.
go into the
go
swear
ahead.
jar again. The recruiting office is right down the road. Feel free. Prove me wrong. You have a different experience than I do. Go ahead. But here's the thing. Oh my gosh.
What?
Jay Oliver, wow.
Hold on, let's see what they say. Hold on, I missed some stuff. Are they up there? Let's see. What Jay Oliver said something. He say a freaky. I don't see. I can't play with y'all. See, I gotta stay professional because this gonna come back to hunt me, and they gonna say you
Yeah.
were making fun of somebody who was an amputee, and look,
I-
they laughing. Oh,
I just no, but I just why does it have to be a moral test? Where does it say that we have to have a moral test where shame, like she just told him, do you want to shame and guilt people? And he's like, no, I want to shame and guilt people.
because
I want
they
other
feel-
people to shame and guilt you.
I'm gonna
Like-
get. He believes that the common, working class people that we
I
have
hate
low morals. They think that
I
people-
dislike him. That's probably the better term.
Yeah, he think we got more morals. He think we got low morals. He think that all we need is to become morally better, and we'll be like him.
Look, if there was one thing I could do in my life that would make me happy, like truly happy, is that if I can live a life in which I am the opposite direction to what Lieutenant Dan thinks that I should be, then I will die a man that has actually fulfilled all my goals in life. Because I can tell you right now, like I do not care about Lieutenant Dan's beliefs about things. Like that's the bluff right now. Is we have yet to find anything beyond his personal feelings about a topic. Why is the entirety of the veteran community held hostage by one man's fucking belief about something?
Mm-hmm. But let me ask you something. Go ahead.
I don't know. Like the VA secretary even requires other people to get involved. Congress is a conglomerate of people,
Yes.
right? The
Even
president
they got
can't
to
even
check it.
decide anything.
He
on his
has
own.
no check and balance. Would you be willing, if he contacted you, would you pass up an interview with him?
Why? Yes, indeedy do I would. If he contacted me, I would pass it up because guess what? I just heard this man's greatest hits album and it sucks. There ain't one thing on here where he actually makes any sense.
Any redeeming values? And he
Well,
almost
I've worked
Go
with the
ahead.
severely mentally ill before. Okay. And I can say that it gave me great pleasure to work with people that wanted to change, that wanted to be better, that wanted to, we call it pre-contemplation. Whenever
Yes.
you are somebody who does not know that you have a problem. Lieutenant Dan is in pre-contemplation. He does not know that he is mentally ill and he does not know that he needs help. Okay. Like this man does not understand. Like having him on would be me going, you know, you're wrong, right? Like you understand that you're fundamentally wrong.
you just don't see it the way you should see it. It's like this.
Yeah. He's like, but if you look harder, you'll see it. I'm like,
Look
sir,
harder.
that painting does not have a second image in it. Okay. It's just you, a picture with a jackass with your face on it. Okay. That's all that we're dealing with here is you trying to be a jackass, trying to tear down a system that you disagree with. Guess what? Do you know how many people like on my channel that comment? They're like, hey, look, that's immoral. I'm like, hey, thank you for telling me that you don't know what immoral means. Like they don't, like certain people don't believe that veterans should have the ability to get paid money. It bothers them that they think that we're like welfare people, and it's like, no, it's
That's
like
bad.
getting an annuity of sorts. Like you get civilian compensation for something, and you get paid over time, like a legal decision to where somebody wronged you, and you get a legal payment. That's what this is. It's just from the federal government is that they
That's the
caused
only
a
difference.
disability. Yeah,
They caused
And-
it, and
no.
they have a contract that they're supposed to honor. And it's like let me read these last few, and we're gonna close it out.
Yeah.
Let you have your word. I've always wondered. This is 6-6. I've always wondered why VA education benefits have a shelf life. I can't see the word. I think it's a figure.
I got our
Okay, I got our because it's like under shadow.
And-
I got our and had a family to stabilize
out.
and provide for. I got out. Okay, I got out, and I had a family to stabilize and provide for. My benefits expired. That makes no sense to me. And then he said education should be just like a COE loan, no expiration date.
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna get these last ones here, and they say, "Oh, correct. My PTSD from the Navy collision was my childhood." Okay, and I ain't laughing at your childhood.
I was playing boats in the bathtub, and things just
Yeah.
went sideways. And as
Okay.
a kid, and,
That makes sense.
wow.
As I grew up on a ship in Central Pennsylvania, boy,
yes,
this guy, he sounds
yes.
okay. Everybody, we got about 3 more down here. Say, Betty Bob say he sounds like Frank Burns. I've heard of that. On MASH, he
Mhm.
put in for a Purple Heart for eggshell fragments. Wow.
I mean, he did lose his leg, right? But is it due to willful misconduct? I don't know.
See,
I don't know what happened to him.
I showed
don't
y'all
care
that
to know.
tank. He got that first Purple Heart. He got injured in the tank. But it's hard to shoot inside of a tank if you at ground level. Ain't no bullets doing no yo-yo down like this.
Mhm.
And ain't really that many mountains. It's just sand dunes. So his loader got hit. I'm not casting no dispersion, family, but he have a more protected thing than his loader. So he could look through it like a telescope thing with a closed hatch. But he said his loader got his head taken off. That mean he, just like my sergeant tried to get me to stick my head up. See, they'll do that sometime when they hear gunshot fire outside, and so they'll say, "Hey, peep out and see where they shooting from." If you stupid enough to do it, I told the sergeant, "Won't you stick your head out? I need you to show me how to do it. We'll do it at the same time." Just be quiet. He left it alone. Now, this really happened. Think I'm an idiot? Now, listen, he got relieved off the tank, but after combat operations. How convenient. Now, I'm sorry, I have a little gripe there. I'd like to know how he chooses to go before Congress and speak. Who nominated that knucklehead and say, Millie Vanilli on crutches? Oh, God. Oh, not Millie Vanilli. Girl, it's true. Now, listen, Betty Bob say, it looks like a bad Photoshop picture to me. Oh, you're talking about him with his family? Now, 66 say, you can't get injured when you dumb A's zip when you should have
Zig when you should zag.
zag. Zip when you should zag. Okay, now, brother, that's it on that. Now, you said it and you clear. I was surprised that what is it about a person like this that triggers you? Is it the continual vomit? And I'm gonna let you have the last word on what made you have a live stream where you had to rant a little bit, even though you had information to get out.
It's just the persistence of this message, right? Like where one person that's like, and I said it beforehand, it's like a guy screaming at a dumpster saying it stole his cigarettes. Like this guy has that level of authority and validity to what he has to say. And for some reason, it's persisting. And it
Okay.
annoys the crap out of me because he gets to do that air quote thing and be dismissive and talk down to people and then say, I don't have a problem with veterans, but I'm going to talk down to them. And then I'm going to call them everything, but, but being like a good person. And to me, it's okay if you want to fight me, right? Because I can defend myself. There are some veterans out there that cannot defend themselves, and he is happy to take away their benefits, even though they have no ability to defend themselves and they deserve to have service connection.
But they're the most vulnerable. Don't he
Exactly.
realize he could cause people to want to harm themselves?
He does not care.
Oh,
Because
man.
that would be a civilian, like that would be, then that was meant to happen. It was, but at least you're healthier now, because you're not on the teat of the government, and whatnot. Like, it is the weirdest thing that I've ever seen. But hey, look, I'd like to take the time. Number one, if you're not subscribed to H-Town Vet, you should be. Okay.
Oh, thank you.
I love coming on here. Like, this is real talk. You need to have like a show that says like Between Two Veterans and get like two veterans on here and just talk about things or whatever. I don't know. But this is really like, I do have long days, but sitting here talking with you and just having real veteran to veteran talks. I love this, man. This is the best.
I want to get Betty and Charleston up. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to get it where they can, we was having trolling issues. So I was trying to keep a lot of the connecting outside is a problem because I had people trying to undermine the channel. But I want the people to connect, and it's been working out. Betty Boss has been real supportive, and I thank her. And Charleston, they kind of came in midstream. And this is important because it meant so much when I saw, I don't know if that's the first time Dwayne Kimball came on your live stream.
Oh, yeah. On the live stream, I think he was on beforehand. Like, I'd seen him make a comment beforehand, but that's the first time he's wanted to. Like, I was on his live stream, and he invited me on to talk, and then he wanted to be on mine, and then I think that's just really cool. Like, like he's a bigger YouTuber. I mean, he's a 150K subscriber YouTuber, and he watches my stuff, and that's very humbling, to be honest with you.
Isn't that good that he came and relate, just like you come to me and help me out. You're a bigger YouTuber than me. You know what I'm saying? I'm like that group from back in the day, the New Kid on the Block. And so this meant a lot to me, man, because I'm gonna tell you, I want you to understand something. You came to me. You come in to me. I've been watching your stuff, and I had to kind of slack off because I had so much going on with these kids graduating. But I'm gonna tell you, man, I appreciate you tonight because I hadn't talked to my oldest niece in 5 years. She showed up to my door. My middle niece been living with me for almost 6 years now. And she hadn't, because it was a falling out with her mom and somewhat her sister too. And she came to my front door. I said, what's this at my door? And I saw her. And man, I was so happy to see it because that's my family. Just because I don't like people being disrespectful. And she was younger then. But I still love my family, man. And you helped me because that was an emotional time for me. That's why I was delayed, because I was talking to her on the porch, but I have to respect my middle niece that stayed with me. She may not be ready to talk to her sister.
Yeah,
so you get what I'm saying? Because that's my niece. That's my oldest niece. I love her, but I'm not going to disrespect my middle niece that live with me. And because she say, well, I'm older and more mature now. And I said, I get that. She's 26. And my other niece 23. Yeah. However, what you do as a young person, you may see it, but you were the one kind of antagonizing her. If somebody she thinks she grew out of it. No, you got to repair that with her.
Yeah,
and I can't
walk the walk. Yeah,
I can't use my uncle powers. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
Because they was out there talking crazy, boy. I say, but see, that's why. And she said, I didn't know how you was going to react because she know I'm a veteran. I say, I tried to look mean at her when I said, what are you doing here? She said, when she looked at my face, all she saw was she didn't see no anger. I said, well, I can't put on a good frown because it's my niece that I love, Yeah. So that's my Jerry Springer final thought. Brother, you are incredible, and the incredible patience that you showed. But hopefully one day we're gonna go over some more segments of this here because it keep our blood, and when we get enough of it, we just gonna tap out. But
Oh, and I
ahead.
sent you an email reply. I will contact you tomorrow if that's okay.
that'll be wonderful.
Okay.
That'll be
I'll try to
wonderful
do
because
that.
I'm gonna be at home tomorrow. Because my daughter gonna be. I'm gonna let them. My daughter and niece. I'll take the vehicles. Go where you want. I'm gonna be here, brother. Anytime. Look, what you see is who I am, and say you're welcome, H-Town, and then talk down and try to turn others against you. You know what gives people comfort here? The fact that we are standing up, bro. You are standing up. You don't have to do what you do. You standing up. And I was so shocked because I never heard you go on a rant before. You say, I'm sick. I'm sticking with H-Town for the what's the newest veterans, all branches, as more deployments come home in 2026. It's getting hot. So the thing is, and we got a new person in here. Oh, and a lot of your subscribers are subscribed to my channel.
Good. That's good.
I mean,
I like it.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm sitting there. They say, Gabe reminds me of Major Frank Burns. Okay, we said that. Okay, yeah. Now, brother, the last thing I'm gonna let you say it. Anything you got to get off your chest. I'm quiet.
Nothing much right now. Like, if you're a veteran, don't let him discourage you. Don't let Lieutenant Gage discourage you. Do not let this shame and guilt nonsense work you over and make you second guess yourself. You are entitled. You are welcomed. You should not be shamed. Do not ever let anybody shame you about your service and your disabilities, and do not let anybody, because he's taking the money and he'll take the money every single day, but he doesn't want you to take the money out of shame. And don't let him do it. Don't let him win. You can't let him win. We've got to rally together.
Thank you, brother, and thank you for being here.
All right. Well, hey, have a wonderful night. Hey, everybody in the chat, thank you so much. It is an honor and a privilege to be here. I appreciate it. Everybody have a wonderful night.
And hope to speak to you soon. Thank you, brother.
Yeah, talk to you tomorrow.
Talk to you tomorrow. All right, bye-bye. Family, what y'all thinking? At first, we want to see here SJ, we'll say 3002. Everybody show love to him. Thank you for being here. Family, we're doing this thing and we're going to get ready to close it out. But family, we talked about it, but I got to ask you the question. Y'all can't go before y'all answer this question. And everybody showing love. I say, thanks, Raider. Good night, all. I got one question for you, fam. Please. I need to know. You got to answer this question that you can go. Please answer this question. And we're going to let y'all, good night, shipmates. Hi. Good night to all. We're getting ready to close it out. But please say yes or no. Or is VA compensation just for combat veterans? Okay, if it's just for combat veterans only, in your opinion, put yes in the chat. If you believe that VA disability compensation is for all veterans who honorably serve, put no in the chat. Is it for just combat veterans? Yes or no? Come on, fam. Last thing, we're gonna be getting out of here. Look at the screen. Combat. That's Gabe when he was younger. Combat veterans only. 66 say no. All right. Speak your opinion. Your opinion. Oh, Benny in the house. Everybody show love. I must have missed Benny. Costa say no. Charleston say no. Benny say no. Then 3002 say no. Betty Bob say no. Everybody show love for Raybon. Say no. And Raybon, I thank you for being in earlier. MG Smith say no. You can give your explanation if you want to. Those that got to leave, you can go. But if you want to explain why, not for combat veterans only. Go ahead, Jay Oliver. Come on now. Let's talk about this here. We have to do, look, that's one thing I can get from Obama, even though I didn't like the way he went as president. We the change that we need. I did like that little slogan. Come on now. Ain't nobody separating up. You hear what I said? Ain't nobody gonna be separating veterans based on their MOS, based on whether they're special forces, combat veteran, non-combat veteran, or whether they're female veterans. Even if you're LGBT, you all right with me as long as you know how to handle that weapon and protect us and stand by us. It's all good. Now, Benny says, oh, Benny, Benny, he said, awesome show tonight, H-Town. I was here, just couldn't type. Understand. They showing love to Benny and Raymond and Charleston Hills. Oh, that my sister there. My sister. Look at Renaissance. Oh, my sister Raymond. So you hear what she said there? Benny said, hello, chat family. She said, no, it's for all veterans. Because I would feel awful. Because I feel awful. I feel like if y'all say, no, just for combat, like y'all trying to separate yourself from me. Don't separate from me. Don't be me, better than me. No, we are family. All veterans. Man, this got me shook, man. Coasted. Benny say coasted. Betty says good evening. And Coasted say hi, Raymond. And then Benny says hello, Charleston Zimmerman. Now look how respectful our brother was. He was up there with a big YouTuber and he came on his channel. He knew how to handle it. He was welcoming. And I sit back in the cut. I was on the channel, but I showed him respect because, you know, that's when his moment, and that's how we build stuff together. You know what I'm saying? That really and he still come over here with us. You understand? And I gotta tell you, I appreciate Brother Dwayne going on his channel. We gotta lift each other. Sometimes you gotta praise your own. I'm starting to sound like my pastor, Pastor Pope. Y'all don't know. Seeing my niece tonight melted my heart. I love all my nieces. I'm gonna get to see my baby niece too. But my sister did a whole bunch of disrespectful stuff. And I love her, but I don't want to deal with her right now. But I don't blame the babies. You understand? Because I didn't know what was going on. My niece ended up coming over here. She graduated, and she just graduated from college, and it hit them a certain kind of way. They see what's important. Family is important. We're the veteran family here. I don't mean to spill all my personal business, but my niece came to the door. You think I can turn my family away that I love? I held that little girl when she was a baby, my oldest niece. Huh? When I saw my oldest niece, she made me want to pay my back child support. Y'all hear that? Am I cutting up? She made me want to pay my back child support. You understand? Woo, Lord. Am I cutting up, family? Read Rob, everybody speaking. And Remom say, Renaissance woman say, hi, everybody. Just listening as I do sometimes. Listen, that's how we want to do it. Am I cutting up? Am I cutting up? They said hello to Remom. And we're going to get these last statements. We're going to close it out. And then we got 3002 say, if benefits were only for combat veterans, what does that make the rest of us? Non-veterans? You know, they saying you like truck drivers. That's what they were trying to say. A welder. You a veteran because you couldn't leave your job whenever you wanted to. Whatever they call you to do, you had to do it. And I'm about to make it a clear point. All special forces are not combat veterans. All special forces that go to combat, some of them do other things. They might cook or do something else that's non-combat related. They just make that sound like a hype thing. Somebody has to be the adult in the room, especially when it comes to family, H-Town. I know. Man, you know, you got to understand, I got all females. I got 3 nieces, a daughter, and a sister. No brothers, no son, no nephews. I've said this before. So I have to move a certain way, and I want, I hope my daughter and my niece that live with me understand that I can't be coming down. They may feel some kind of way sometime because of the way things went, but me and my sister almost 14 years apart, right? So if I pass, I don't want my sister feeling bad about that. You know, that's why I want to make sure she, she love. I don't want her around me right now because she went too far. You understand? But I love her. And I told my niece out there I love her, Obama, and I love her too. Love all my family. Yeah, but they gonna have to learn how to talk and treat people. Now listen what 66 say. The contract doesn't say combat vet only. Now what the contract says is combat or hazardous situations. Other hazardous situations. That means non-combat. So it don't matter when they looking at your case. Well, family, we're going to get ready to close it out. I thank y'all for being here. Thank you, 66, for showing up. Thank you, 3002. Thank you, Benny, for being here. Remom, thank you so much. Renaissance. I can't hear this thing on. So I'm not saying my words right. I meant to say Renaissance. So sorry about that. Because you can't hear yourself sometimes, it's kind of different. I want to thank you, Jay Olive, for being here. Coasty, for all the respect that you've shown. Family, we got on. We're going to get out in about 3 minutes, but I got to, Betty Bob, so I got to thank you twice, 3 times, 4 times. Sorry for not going over some of the information. Been kind of busy. And thank y'all for being understanding. When I saw my niece out there, it melted my heart. It melted my heart. Charleston, thank you so much, my brother. We got new people in tonight. We got Raymond in here. Thank you, Raymond. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Thank you, family, for being patient. I know we went a little long tonight. We had 2 people. See, the Bible say, if you want a friend, you got to show yourself to be friendly. I got this jacket halfway on. Sorry about that. Let me get that off. Okay. That's right. So you got to show yourself to be friendly. Want to thank you. Let me make sure I don't miss nobody. Let me make sure I ain't miss nobody. If I miss you, charge it to my head, not to my heart. Family, we did this thing. See, we had to do, look, let me tell you something. If you want to be seen, you just go somewhere and hide. You listen? You listen to me? People gonna find you. You understand? You ain't got to get out there beating drums and all that stuff. Look, we treat each other right. Look what's coming to us. People come to a place where there ain't a whole bunch of turmoil. We still have our own opinions. Ain't nobody asking nobody to think all the same way. Hold on, I just saw somebody. Did I miss somebody? No, I ain't missed nobody. I'm checking, fam. Y'all gonna be surprised who the first person was in tonight. Y'all been chatting away, family. Nacho Man, thank you. Nacho Man was cutting up tonight, putting it in there. Then T Woods, thank you so much. T Woods, thank you so much. Thank the Green Logbook. Let me tell you something, family. It ain't just me. They see what y'all bring to the table. Huh? Y'all know I can talk all night, but I'm trying to get these 11. We're going to be out of here. Y'all know me. I could talk for 10 hours. But we ain't going to do all that. We going to get out of here. I'm making sure I don't miss nobody to the best. The first person was Raider HQ. So, fam, we're going to get ready to get the last statements, and we're going to be gone. I'm going back down to the bottom. Fam, I enjoyed this tonight. This been a blessing. Vin Oliver say good night. Jay Oliver say good night. Betty Bob says, H-Town, enjoy your weekend. I will. I'm going to be at home relaxing. Betty Bob say good night, Charleston shipmate. I love when I hit up the Navy people and Marines looking out for each other. Betty Bob say 28 likes and 15 watching. I'm glad your niece is there. Yeah, she came. She didn't come in, she came to the house because I can't. She just was at the house, but she didn't come in because my other niece in there. I'm praying that they work it out. You know what I'm saying? Because they grown folks and I can't get in the middle of their business. I could only encourage them, It's good that she made that step. I was so encouraged because I've been waiting like the prodigal son. So my prodigal niece to come home, and I love her so much. Listen, I bought her first phone because she was the oldest when she was in 7th, 8th grade. Yeah. I love that girl. I can't help it. But Lord, I got a whole bunch of females in my family. Y'all don't know, but I appreciate the channel, Remom said. Okay, thank you. Yes, indeed. She say I appreciate your channel. Thank you, Remom. So, and Benny said, good night, everyone. So family, want to thank y'all. We're going to be back on Sunday. We just getting started, baby. We're going to do part 2 to this here. Hopefully we can get it done, but he's the gift that gets on giving. If we got to do part 2, 3, 4, we going to get it done. How y'all feel about it? So family, we want to say good night to y'all. Thank y'all for being here. From the H-Town Vet, from our brother, the green logbook, from our brother, Raider HQ. Look how they come in here, fam. They just fell on in here. Bigger channels than mine. Go over there and subscribe. And we thank you, and we want y'all to have a wonderful night. Until next time, peace, love, and hair grease. Good night.